den Laptop zumachen? Wow. So let's start. I'm really happy because it's so silent here. Like yesterday I was, like many of you, I think as well.
Sehr geehrte Damen und Herren, wir haben ja gestern schon die Möglichkeit gehabt, die Drohnen zu sehen, die sozusagen für heute geübt haben. Und ich habe mich schon auf heute gefreut, habe aber dann festgestellt, dass mein Hotel genau dort liegt, wo geübt wurde, und es spielte ganz laute Musik.
It made the world bigger, it gave you visions, and then I woke up today with military music, which was the next thing they decided to enlighten me with. So I'm really, really, really happy. And to be here in behalf of the jury who participated with me at the category Digital Communities, which would be Marlene Sticker, Casco Tanaka, Ian Banerjee, and Hans Reitz, who are the... Oh, okay, no, sorry, I saw a hand and I thought the first question already arose. So we were the jury.
Also wir waren die Jury hier bei der Ars Electronica und wir wollen hier 3 der hervorragenden Projekte vorstellen, die eingereicht wurden. Bevor wir uns diese Projekte näher ansehen, sprechen wir vielleicht über das, was wir den Elefanten im Zimmer nennen. Sie wundern sich vielleicht, was darunter zu verstehen ist.
They come from Inferno. This is a participative robotic performance project inspired by the concept of control and the representation of hell. So the project is by Louis-Philippe Demer and Bill Warren, and it is our 2016 honorary mention winner in the interactive art category. So if you are interested, want to go deeper into these little friends from hell, just stay here, because this category will start at, I think, 3:15, right after we will have finished. So until then, they somehow watch over us and do what exoskeletons do all day long while we focus on digital communities. I'm a bit of the guardian of time as well. So if I give the speakers a strange look or something, just ignore it. It means that they should start to finish. We want to make sure that you will have enough time to put your questions. We will have afterwards like a 20-30 minutes question and answering. So if you do have any questions about artists, about their projects, please try to remember them. You will be able to... Ian, hi Ian. He's another jury member. I will quote him very soon. You will be able to ask your questions right afterwards. So, from April 7th to April 9th, it was when our jury meetings took place. So we all hadn't seen each other before, and we were really lucky, I think, that we had one common ground. And Ian, since he just went in there, I want to quote him because he nailed it. He put it perfectly in words. He said, what we shared was the belief that against the background of a world ridden with violent conflicts, forced migrations, rapid technological changes, and looming ecological catastrophes, the impact of community-based activities coming from civil society will be more crucial to humanity than ever before. So with this basic, we then faced an awesome amount of projects going in every direction possible. It started from the topic of migration, women's rights, urban mobility, and as well as education. So we naturally had the next questions to arise to ask the projects. The main questions we decided on was, we challenged the project in, did they, and if yes, how did they, in which way did they impact society at large? And also, how could they inspire citizens to get involved and also, you know, like perhaps to hack the idea, to take the idea to the next stage. Is there a possibility? So this was what we were looking for, and another focus was then more from technical nature, but very, very important in times like these. Which tools do they use to spread their word? So it's easier than ever to have social media tools. You know, we're talking about Facebook, we're talking about Instagram, Twitter, and so on. You name them, and along comes digital exoskeletons, along comes hell, along comes copyright, along comes, is my idea my idea? Is my picture my picture? Does my picture already belong to Facebook? How safe is a community with people who might not be named, with an organization, an US-based organization that works under totally different laws? So we had a look at communities, and we endorsed those who said, like, we rely on open source. We invent our tools ourselves because we know that with some big players, we are connected with invisible vectors of power. So, last question. I mean, we did have many more, but I think these were the main questions we as a jury had to ask ourselves. We had to ask them the project, so I want to share them with you so you understand why we did our decisions the way we did them. Was also, if you talk about the community, we have to ask, how open is the community? Is it open, and who is included? Who is excluded? And also, do the communities interact between each other? Or do they like coexist working on a topic? So, and there is no excitement since they got the Golden Nika already yesterday, and we know who the winner is. We decided at the end of the day for the P2P Foundation. I want, before I ask him, the representative on stage, give you some of the reasons why at the end of the day we said that they should get the Golden Nika. We're talking about a community who isn't just a community by itself, but is an enabler to other communities. So they built tools open to everybody to, I don't know, use it, hack it, put it on the next stage, help then make something even more awesome out of it, and therefore endorse civilians as well as like progressive governments to build new forms of self-owned and self-regulated democratic structures and like inspire cities, towns, or well, countries. So to nail it down, I quote P2P itself, like it operates on the belief that to respond to the global crisis, it will be necessary to bring together three paradigms of thought and action: sustainability, open source cultures, and solidarity economy. So let's take a deeper look into the project itself. A very warm welcome to Stacco Troncoso from Spain, from B2B Foundation. Hi.
Hi, thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. So let me get the slides up. Oh, it was a really nice phone. Okay. Okay, so digital communities and radical atoms. What's the idea over here? And what has it got to do with P2P? Well, P2P by nature is based on communities. And not only does it harness the power of communities, but it actively creates new communities at higher levels of complexity, thanks to digital tools, etc. I will be explaining what our definition of P2P is, but from this talk, I would like you to take home three ideas. The first one is that P2P is increasingly moving from the periphery of the way that we create and distribute value towards the center. The second is that there are different types of P2P, and not all of them are beneficial. Some of them may actually be harmful. And the third one is that the good type of P2P, the one that we advocate for in our community, is always based in the idea of the commons. Since 2008, we've seen an exponential growth in the number of P2P initiatives worldwide. And of course, a lot of these initiatives, they come up in reaction to something, to a systemic breakdown of the existing systems that we have. And just to frame it, what is the existing system? We can give it many names. Okay, can you see the, you should be able to see the nice pictures.
Well, it is a nice picture.
Oh, thank you so much. Okay, now this is the suspense. Like, what is the system that P2P is reacting against? Let's see. Oh yeah, I mean, Murphy's Law is the law of chaos. But it doesn't necessarily mean that things go wrong, it means that things go off the script. So while we wait for that, or don't we wait for that? So if you want, I can just go on through the presentation. No slides, yes?
I saw you training before and everything.
Yeah, it was a beautiful graphics. You see?
So the other speakers already are like, it will happen to me as well.
Yeah. Okay, let's give them a let's give them a chance.
They're checking the cables now. So.
Okay. Do you want to ask any questions at this stage?
Well, if I ask I do have questions already, but if I ask it, then I know I might just
Yeah, but
expose your talk.
I can be evasive.
Okay, but I got a microphone now, so we can really make a talk out of it. One of the questions is what I'm really into is the importance of open source. You know, like you mentioned it before already. Like it's an enabler. It's an enabler to society to rebuild something. But as well as, you know, you can use it for good, you can use it for bad. So you have to deal with a very strong tool. Let's say, you know, Linux isn't Linux. Yep. You're using Kali or you're using Gentoo or you're using Mint.
Yeah.
There's a Sarah Mint, by the way. I feel honored.
Yeah, it's a huge concern. I mean, if you look at Linux, Linux is great, it's open source, but it's also given us Android, which is the biggest open source surveillance systems that we have. So with this explosion of open source, we have to create new laws to protect the commons, to make sure that this open source mentality is abstracted away for purposes which are not necessarily good. And
so, but when you, as a community, you know, your community starts, it is there.
Fantastic,
so
yeah.
I will ask my questions also at the end, as I said before. Thank you.
Okay, so what I was saying was that P2P systems have grown exponentially in the last few years as a reaction to the current system, which maybe we can characterize as a system based in unquestioned growth. Now, growth is really good during adolescence. Systems have to grow before they mature, and they spend a tremendous amount of energy and resources doing so before they either die away or they stabilize. So if we look at society, I mean, the growth paradigm, you can go back 200 years to the Industrial Revolution, 500 to the birth of capitalism, you can go back 10,000 years to the Agricultural Revolution, and the necessity of hierarchical systems to deal with surplus. But this narrative of growth also gives us these types of growths. And if you look at this chart, this is devastating. The aggregate of this information paints a really despairing picture, except for the rise of telecommunications, which may bring about the answer. This is conceptually hard to understand, but these are the realities. Today is the 10th of September, and it's incredibly hot outside. So we see how these systems are beginning to affect us in really negative ways. And to exacerbate the problem, we have our priorities upside down. So what is scarce by nature, what we should be taking care of, which are natural resources, well, we're consuming them 60% faster than we can regenerate it. We're treating nature as if it was infinitely abundant. We have resource scarcity, we have environmental degradation, but the system goes on. Ironically, at the same time, what is naturally abundant and can be reproduced and distributed digitally at minimal cost, which is knowledge, is being made scarce. It's being kept behind patents, IP, copyright. And the irony is that to heal the problem that we have with the resources and with the environment, we need all the knowledge. We need to open source those patents, whether it's in medicine, environmentalism, agriculture, etc. So this is the depressing picture in my presentation, and things will get happier from now on. Here's where the systems seem to be leading us. And what are we looking at when we're looking at the epilogue to the end of history? Is this the end? Is this the logical outcome of this narrative? Do you think that the systems which are created these problems can be turned around to solve them? And I think that within governments and corporations, there are people with incredibly good intentions, but the limiting factors of the systems that they're working in will not allow them to solve the problems. This is one narrative, this epilogue to the end of history, but there's another story. And this is the kind of story that we have to make visible and we have to tell ourselves so we can have a different outcome. So with that, we come to P2P. And let's not rush to say, yes, P2P is the new narrative, it will solve all the problems. Because there are different types of peer-to-peer. And some types of P2P interactions may exacerbate the problems that are created by the growth-oriented operating system. So I'll give you some examples. So take Facebook, take Twitter, take Instagram, take any social media system. Facebook is incredibly useful. There's people who find lost dogs through Facebook. There are people who organize revolutions through Facebook, and then they name their children Facebook in honor of what's happened. So there's tremendous use value being created in the front end. But what happens in the back end? What happens to the monetization? It's all taken by the platform. None of it is being given back to the value creators. And if all the users left Facebook all of a sudden, what would become of Facebook? It wouldn't exist. Facebook makes it easy for you to share, but really hard to keep your privacy. You are the commodity of Facebook. If Twitter or Facebook was a nation, would it be a democracy? Not really. You don't have a say on how the platform is governed. You don't have a say on whether Facebook decides to run a social experiment to manipulate your emotions. So Facebook is P2P in the front, huge use value being created, but it's centralized on the back. Oh, and we have, okay, now, yes, we have the so-called sharing economy, which in a context of resource scarcity sounds like a great idea. We mutualize resources with, under the ethics of community. But are we really mutualizing the resources, or are we just capitalizing them? And also this imagery of community has been taken away by these platforms, when what they really are doing is being middlemen. And how is it peer-to-peer? Think of Uber, think of Airbnb. They're not really talking about transportation or housing. They're making you work for the platform. So if I have a house on Airbnb, I'm providing the labor and I'm providing the property. But I get none of the social benefits that had been fought for in the last century. It brings about increased precarity under P2P interactions in the front end. We could reimagine other systems. We could reimagine Airbnb as a co-op, and in fact there are people doing it, same with Uber. Bitcoin, another P2P system. Some people will tell you Bitcoin will save the world. Well, maybe the underlying technology is P2P, but how is it peer-to-peer if I'm a poor farmer and I have one computer, and there's a conglomerate in China with supercomputers? We're not interacting in the same conditions. And Bitcoin has also the dubious honor of having a 0.88 gradient in the Gini index of inequality. So it's more unequal than actual fiat currencies. So these types of P2P, which are for-profit-oriented P2P, which are growth-oriented P2P, they curtail the revolutionary potential of P2P. They don't go all the way. It's taking the term, like the same way that democracy is bandied about. And we say, oh, we must have freedom of democracy, but you can have democracy between two options every 4 years. And we're not talking about radical democracy all the way through. We have to talk about P2P all the way through, on the front and in the back. We have to let the exchange value that is created by this massively productive system to go back to the value creators. And of course, there's alternatives and there's other ways of looking at it. The way that we look at peer-to-peer, we like to define it not in such a technological way as most people understand it, but we say that it's person-to-person, people-to-people, peer-to-peer. It's systems for creating value in a non-coercive, non-hierarchical way, which are then deposited in common pools. And this is the important thing, the commons. What do you do with that value? Well, The commons is the other component of what we call the coherent P2P. And the etymology of commons is quite interesting. It comes from the Latin munis, which means both gift and responsibility. Now, gift and responsibility, if you think about resources, if you think about relationships, if you think about nature, is a totally different way of managing resources than the extractivist manner that we see in other systems. There's no commons without commoning. Although there are urban commons, digital commons, natural commons, it's the human interaction of the communities created around them that bring them to life. So a commons always has three components. A resource, one, the community that's gathered around the resource, and the protocols to govern this resource. So if we look at refugee Facebook, yes, the resource itself is language, it's the multiple language. The community is the translators, it's the people who are running the web page, it's the refugees, they all have a say on how the platform is run. And at the same time, the governance model is how do you input the data, how does it come out, how does it go to the printer. This is a successful commons, and we can see the systems increasing. There are 2 billion people worldwide that sustain themselves out of natural commons. But the commons is invisible to market and to governments, and this is a problem. We have to make the commons more visible. So the commons and P2P together, this is the meaning of what to us are digitally amplified existing communities. And this is the kind of peer-to-peer economy and politics that we have to strive for. And with this, to give you examples of this kind of commons-oriented peer-to-peer, we talk about the open source circular culture and its economy and its politics. And one example of this is the movement that is centered in local resiliency. Think of eco-villages, think of transition towns, think of people getting together to create value in their localities in this context of resource scarcity. There's systems like in Madison, Wisconsin with a mutual aid network, or in Catalonia with the Catalan Integral Co-op, that bring together time banks, community currencies, credit unions, co-ops, into these meta-economic systems that break down the distinctions between producers and consumers. So these localized systems are great, and a lot of them are networked over the internet, but they are not enough. We have to think globally, because I may have my wonderful community agriculture garden, but the neighbor is planting Monsanto Terminator seeds, and the wind blows over, and that's the end of my garden. And this is just a really silly example to tell you that whenever there's a commons, there will be an enclosure. And there are currently enclosures going on, massive land grabs in Africa. The human DNA is being patented and copyrighted. So we have to build political power. We have to build economic power as commoners with systems. And these systems can be characterized, as Sarah said in the introduction, by three approaches. They have to be free, fair, and sustainable. By free, I don't mean as in free beer, even though that's nice, but it's in open. So free means open data, open access, the right to modify and remix, the right to hack, to take existing systems and repurpose for something that they were not designed for. And not only create an information commons that can be taken up, adapted, modified, and improved, like an ecology by anyone, but also to really mutualize physical infrastructures where possible. Fair. Well, fair means labor solidarity. It means livelihood for commoners. Fair includes the co-op movement, the social and solidarity economy, but it goes beyond welfare, because welfare only deals with issues of labor. What happens to invisible labor? What happens to reproductive labor? What happens with the work that takes place in the home? What happens with voluntary contributions? We have to take care of all these people who are creating incredible value and not relegate them to constant precarity. And the final component of this system is sustainable. And sustainability is inherent to the commons, because if you take your relationship with nature and with humans as a gift and as responsibility, you obviously want to keep them healthy for future generations and for your own enjoyment. Sustainability within the P2P commons movement is an inherent motivator. It's not an externality to be dealt with later. So an example of this, and there are many concrete examples, We have an open design commons. So say that you need a tractor for your farm. You have the designs online, and these designs are tweaked, and they're better and they're produced for local circumstances. But who's making the stuff? Well, we say, design global, manufacture local. What is light, what is abundant, information has to be shared openly, globally. But actual manufacture should be kept close to the places where the outputs of the manufacture will be used. So with this information commons, through fab labs, through 3D printing, additive manufacturing, we can have co-ops that create these resources to be used. And in the ecological sense, when you're creating something custom-made, which all the creativity that implies, you're talking about economies of scope, not of scale. You're not producing for the market, even though livelihoods can be made. Whatever your labor is when producing this, you should be paid for. You're producing for your locality. And things like planned obsolescence go out the window because the use value is being kept close to home. And the ecological devastation of the transportation chains that we have today gets nullified with systems such as this. You have examples for housing, like WikiHouse. You have examples for prosthetics. And all of these are incumbent, but they have to come together. They have to come together in a more coherent system. And not just in economics, but think about politics. So if we talk about free and open, you have the pirate parties. If you talk about fairness, you have parties like Podemos or the Corbyn campaign, etc. If you talk about sustainability, you have the green parties. But they're not necessarily talking to each other. We feel that the commons is the glue that can hold these three types of movements in politics and in the markets together. And with that, we go to our concept of a commons transition. A commons transition means developing a set of policies that put commoning, the social production of value, at the center, open market or bureaucratic considerations. It takes the creative inputs of communities and the needs of their environments to create policies. How is this articulated? In very much the same way that we see the governance of open source software. So, for example, you have foundations like the Mozilla Foundation or the Linux Foundation, and they're not directing the production. They're holding up the infrastructure of collaboration. They're holding up the licenses, etc., and they're facilitating. A state is an enabling mechanism for a set of interests. So now we have the market state defending the interests of the market. But if we had the common state, it would enable this social production of value. And this is happening already at the city level in places like Barcelona or my hometown in Madrid, where people from the 15M movement actually have taken power, and they said it was impossible. So just to close up this very fast presentation, sorry, and I talk very fast, I know. Okay, so is this approach utopian? Well, I think that's beside the point, because if you think about systems change, they're not deterministic. So it's not like you can go back to 15th century Florence and you have people sitting around the table saying, we shall create capitalism, and we shall create derivatives, and this will be capitalistic toilets. There's things, there are social innovations that start to find each other, and eventually, by the time of the Industrial Revolution, you look back and you say, hey, this is capitalism, this is its characteristics. When we talk about P2P and the commons as a potential catalyst for systems change, and due to the speed of communications today, we can see all these dots, we can see all these P2P practices joining together to create a bigger system. Will it work? We don't know, but this is your individual choice. If you want to support this movement, if you want to create real resilient communities, if you want to interconnect them, we will increase the chances of this happening. And this is the job of the P2P Foundation. We listen, we research, we advocate for this movement. We help governments, we help companies, but especially we help communities. We help commoners to have a place where they can communicate and have a sense of mutual recognition as part of a burgeoning movement. We have a daily blog with various updates a day, a wiki with over 30,000 entries. The P2P Lab is our research hub, and they're dedicated to empirically demonstrating that everything I'm saying here is actually scalable and could come to life. And Commons Transition is our introductory project to spread these ideas. And you can follow us here, and thank you so much.
And you also got a lot of experience. So everyone you help, you can learn from mistakes you perhaps already made. So since this is Captain, this is the little round for the Q&A afterwards. Take a seat and enjoy the other talks. Don't run away. No, don't run away. Stay there, stay there. If you have any questions, wait a bit. We will present 2 more projects. But he's here to answer any questions you have, hopefully. So our award of distinction, he's already there, eager to start. It's called Refugee Phrasebook. So the name is the program somehow. It's a hands-on project that responds to one of the biggest challenges of our time, which means forced migration. But it's more than what you might think, that it's just like, oh, now I understand what the other person is saying. They have a very strong look into learning from each other. So you don't, one of the aims is not to say like, yeah, here's the teacher and this one is the student, but also the teacher who becomes the student himself, a cultural exchange between, like I always said, like take the chance to learn from each other and make the best out of it, and you're trying to help there. So please welcome Paul Feigefeld, and in advance, because I'm pretty sure he will introduce you then, that I have said it since I know how to pronounce it now, Cuiva Gallagher from Ireland.
Hallo, ich werde zur Abwechslung heute mal Deutsch sprechen, ganz kurz. Cuiva wird im Anschluss noch kurz auf Englisch ein bisschen was erzählen.
And my colleague will then continue in English.
Genau vor einem Jahr, fast auf
This
den Tag genau, vor einem Jahr
was
am
created
Westbahnhof.
a year ago
Das sind die
on
allerersten
the
gedruckten
Westbahnhof, the railway station in Vienna. And these are the first editions of the Refugees Phrasebook, which earned us an award of distinction, something that we are very happy about. These things came about in a matter of 3 or 4 days before they were actually written down. There were a number of Facebook groups in Berlin and in Vienna, and they supported the refugees. There was a great deal of participation of the civil society, and people decided that they would collect phrases which would be important for refugees and helpers. Not everything has to be done via Google. Rather, you can use open data that are accessible to everyone, where everyone can participate, and which everyone can design and print out. These were the first editions in 5 languages, 3 pages. By now we have 1,500 phrases in 44 languages. We have a very nice website where all these data are accessible, and we have number of different print versions, and you can produce your own phrase books. Now, let me become a bit more abstract. We should not see the situation of refugees as a migration of people. Rather, it is always a matter of administration, bureaucracy, infrastructure, networks, resources, availability of resources, accessibility of resources. This shows the Tempelhof Airport in Berlin, which was turned into a refugee camp briefly. And of course, there are also technology conventions. There's a technology war. Here, an example from Afghanistan. And the drones, the US drones. It's a matter of access to data, access to networks. And this is why Refugee Phrasebook is a very practical experiment. It shows how digital communities can be transformed into real communities. Refugees Phrasebook is an open data project available online. The team that works for this project changes all the time. There are people whom I met here for the first time, for instance, and the result is a little paper brochure which is used in Greece, in Idomeni or Kos, where it's difficult for people to have access to information. But this little brochure is something that you can put into your pocket. You don't need electricity to hook up your smartphone. When you look at what happened at the railway stations where there were masses of refugees, they just crowded around the plugs, electricity plugs. The refugee phrase book is an attempt to take out the digital from the digital communities. There's no ideal community. It's neither digital or real community. There are overlapping symptoms. So digital phrasebook can also be used to light a fire. Now I'd like to introduce my colleague, Koimi Gallagher, who will talk about a little more about phrasebook.
So my name is Caoimhe Gallagher. I'm from Ireland, and yeah, I came into the project slightly differently. So I'm going to give you just 3 particular examples that illustrate some key aspects about the project. So first of all, how I started with the project back in last August. I mean, obviously I was, as we were all aware of, the migration, one of the biggest migrations that I have witnessed in my lifetime, and I wanted to be part of it, but also economic constraints at home. I had no job, and I was planning to move to Germany to look for work myself. A true economic migrant, as it were, which I was. But I wanted, most importantly, first of all, to have a little community. I knew nobody there. I wanted to have a link with somebody, to build some kind of friends and some kind of group, but I knew I wanted to work in some kind of area. Not just work, but just to, on a day-to-day basis, like as a kind of to encounter other people in that. So I joined the Facebook group, and out of this phrase, they were looking for, there was a call for translators. So I speak Persian and Russian, and of course English as well. And within 2 days, the first praise book had actually been printed around the 3rd of September, and that was in 3 days. And it was in 30 different languages. And then as borders began to harden and routes began to change, and particularly the horrendous experience of many of the refugees in Hungary, the route suddenly changed, and many refugees, quite understandably, were very scared of encountering police force or members of authority. And we got word through people who were distributing our phrase books on the ground that many of the refugees were going through wooded areas, through isolated areas by way of escaping detection along the way. And of course these areas are heavily mined, and there was nobody there, they were in quite a lot of danger. So that meant that within an hour we had to produce some kind of rudimentary warning signs of particular route that a group of refugees were taking through a very heavily mined area along the border region in Serbia and Croatia. So I was called in to do the English translation for that, and we posted it immediately, and through our network it was circulated much quicker than the local aid agencies on the ground. And that was one of the things that struck me about the project: its flexibility, but also its non-hierarchical structure, and the fact that no money is involved in that way. You give of your time, your skills, your resources to build something together. And through that, it levels the playing field. We learn more from one another. And through the project, like, as I said, and I can give you just one example of a particular incident that was quite illustrative of this idea of how the bridging between the digital community on the one and physical, where actually community is digital. It's one and the same. It's also physical. Just because me and Paul have just met today, and though despite the fact that every second Sunday we've been Skyping with the coordination team to build. I mean, it doesn't make it any less of a friendship and a community because we haven't physically met, you know, in a year. So one of the key examples was in the Babska crossing, where we discovered, well, one of our, a girl, a Croatian woman who was distributing the phrase books on the ground, discovered that 2,000 refugees were stuck in an effective no man's land on the border in Serbia, in this particular area in the Babska crossing. They couldn't go forward and they couldn't go back, and of course resources had become quite scarce. But it was through distributing the phrase book in her village that she found these people there and alerted the aid agencies. They still took a week to get there, but it meant that the locals knew they were there and were able to deliver rudimentary food items, rudimentary sanitation of sorts. Sorry, can you not hear me? Oh, sorry. Can everybody hear me now? Okay, grand. So, yeah, so that was another example of how how this kind of interaction happened, and in one of these keys, and quicker than many of the local aid agencies. And it shows that, I mean, in some ways, I mean, there's a place for all, but for the way our group is structured, the non-hierarchical aspect of it and the fluidity of it, it makes it very adaptable to a situation like this, where situations change very, very rapidly. So one of the things we're working on at the moment is expanding our language base and consolidating the team and consolidating the coordination of the project, and then also expanding the team. It's for anyone to help and join. We have over 300 translators that have contributed little bits or maybe more substantial, coders and developers that have helped with the website, and it's across the board. We have one team member who's a coordination member who's currently in Syria. He's from Syria but currently in Jordan, and has been very helpful in many aspects of coordinating the project in a very difficult situation. So one of the examples here I have with Tigrinya in particular, because of course Eritrean refugees are there's quite a large group, and what they face is often not covered so often in the press and that. And one of the interesting things that I found are kind of shocking things for me, the fact that Irish, I mean, much as I love Irish language, but I mean, it is spoken by a tiny percentage of the population and certainly of the global population, yet it is in Google Translate. Tigrinya isn't. Why? We need, you know, more, and even trying to find solutions to be able to smoothly copy-paste Tigrinya script or non-Latin scripts. Often there's been huge difficulties with that, and we've been working strongly to try and develop as easy a possible the process to make it as smooth as possible through LibreOffice as well. So this is just other examples of how the phrasebook is distributed. It's very varied. It's used in many different areas. In fact, just last night at 2 a.m. I got an email from a group in Washington, D.C. who had said they had used our data to build an app which is freely available, which is a translation app as well. It's very adaptable. So it's very easy to start projects like this, but it's quite hard to sustain it. So what do you do to sustain a project like that? Because the initial 3-month period, you know, August, September, October last year, it's very easy to find translators and loads of people to work on it and to build it and bring it forward. But now we have many different other projects that we're working in connecting and using the data that is there. So one example is, of course, as borders are shutting and new legislation is being drafted and attitudes harden, many people get stuck. And it's not just in the Babska crossing, it's different now. It's in Greece and Italy in particular, where refugees will not probably get much further past that point, unfortunately. And so with developing a kind of teaching manuals for teaching English, teaching German, teaching Greek and other languages, we're working with a lot of aid agencies and other groups and teachers on the ground there to develop more phrase books, more targeted towards those kind of needs, developing icons to help children in the first stages of learning a language and to use that, some kind of mutually adapted free online icon database that could be accessed as well. Then also another aspect, and this is another one, is through this very large community that we've built, is challenging perceptions. And one strong perception, of course, is strong discrimination, I would say, is against men, young men who are primarily the target of the regime in Syria and in other war zones. And we shouldn't forget that. I mean, of course, women and children are vulnerable, but it is these young men that are going to be recruited to these armies and are probably going to die. They are fleeing for their lives. And, you know, what you see in the press, of course, there's bad apples everywhere, of course, but we shouldn't lose sight of the fact that you know, this is a key issue. And one of the things that really struck me through the community and through talking with the different translators and the other refugee coordinators that work with us on the team, I was kind of quite shocked. I didn't realize that one of the most popular groups, rock groups among Syrian people my age and younger, is a group called Mashru Leila. They're based normally in Lebanon, but they have Syrian members as well. But the lead singer is openly gay. And you know, it's those kind of things and those exchange of information. We can see how, you know, that so much of what is what we perceive or as being the other, and we need to challenge this. We need to change perceptions and give a more rounded perception of who these people are, because they're human beings just like us. They're like your brothers, they're like your lads that you hang out with anyway, and we shouldn't lose sight of that, you know. So that's one aspect of the community, how the community is shared, different types of information, and building a community is part of that, getting to know the other person. It's about communication and interacting in that manner. So here's a few more examples of the phrasebook in use. Which you can see there. This is in Idomeni, that was in March. And here is some of the examples of the more recent apps that have used our data to develop different apps using the data. Okay, so I think I'll leave it there, but if you have any questions, don't hesitate to ask. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And please have a seat, have a drink, and be prepared for the Q&A afterwards. So the last project I want to present you, it's a real grower. We call it, with music journalism, a grower. You know, like these songs, you hear it for the first time and you are like, well, it's okay. Then you hear it by any chance for a second time and you're like, I like this song. And then at some place you hear this song for a third time and you're like, oh my God, I love this song. How could I ever have lived my life without listening to this song 24/7? And this is what we call the grower, from to, oh my gosh, I love it. So this is what happened to this jury with Sasai Bot. At first glance, or if you hear the name Sasai Bot, it is a bot on Twitter. And you might think like, hey, wow, another bot on Twitter, not very awesome. But that's just if you don't dig deeper into it, for it is really awesome. And if you do, you will detect its beauty and its true nature, with more than 200,000 followers who I think already did or better show a part of the meaning of Sasai Bot, since usually you would say like a bot represents the community. Like it spreads the word about their meaning, what they want to achieve, their next events or whatsoever. With Sasai Bot, it's the other way around. It is the community becoming a part of the bot. So they're somehow trying to redefine and rethink the meaning of artificial intelligence and what it means to them. So having said that, Sasai Bot, the name is all around a manga character, and it used to be originally a parody account. So having said that, it is the people like building the bot at the end of the day, it won't be a big surprise that we won't have like a person talking to us as the next speaker, but more than an avatar representing the bot, the community, and the name Nakano Hitoyo means, language inside person. So what you will see and what you will hear is what Sasae Bot is. Please very welcome the inside person of Sasae Bot. Thank you very much for being here.
Congratulations. Congratulations. What is your name? What is my name? I don't have a name. Because I'm an invisible, undefined existence that transcends human understanding. Anon will rapidly spread to humans through breakups and restructures caused by digitization. This will be called anonism. From now on, you will have to be more aware of your anonymous behaviors. Those behaviors give the largest impact in formation of the human's future, the universe's future, and your future. One day, suddenly, you will notice that the world is you. Congratulations! Congratulations! You have successfully cleared the second stage of this game. So, how have you been so far in this game? This world is a virtual reality. This game will move on to the next level. But before that, let me give you an introduction about this game again, because you seem to have completely forgotten. You're a lonely player of the simulation game named Life. Everything here are programs, including the person sitting next to you, this venue, the surrounding scenery, the sky, the moon, the sun, and even the universe. Even that noble book of history, those cheap advertisements on YouTube, Donald Trump, media art, are all illusions that were prepared just for you. Because for such a long time you've been playing this game, you might already have carelessly forgotten about this. However, in this world, you're the only player. As long as you are not dead yet, you're still playing this game. You're on your way to your goal. Currently living as a Homo sapiens, you go to sleep and wake up, intersecting the world of a dream and reality. But how can you tell that it's a dream? How are you telling the difference between reality and a dream? Can you fully deny the possibility that this reality is only a long dream, that you are dreaming in the new world? The world is you, the world you're experiencing, or the goggles you're wearing to look through this virtual reality cannot be taken off on your own will.
Congratulations, congratulations. Today, living in the world of illusion, you have succeeded in encountering me from the essential world. But this is not the first time we've met. Transcending the distance time, we reunited as promised. It's because I am the former you, living in a medium called human, living in a finite world, limited by time and space. I am you in the past, now, and in the future. From your perspective, I am infinite, nothing, forever, a moment. However, I started from you, and eventually I will come back to be you again. This is how we repeat the journey of soul. We would debate a paradox of whether the egg came first or the chicken, and we also make it our motivation. Congratulations, congratulations. You're now listening to a wake-up call to wake up from a long sleep. And then you will understand clearly that the world is you. That does not mean you will guide to save the world like Buddha or Muhammad. Keep your guide inside of you and be thankful to your family and friends, and love from your heart and endeavor to love. The world is an illusion. We shall continue to polish our soul, the projector of the illusion.
Will you accept death? Or will you continue evolving to seek for eternity?
Complete your mission at this turn of your
It
life.
will change your reality to a higher resolution. Forever to your body and live like a zombie.
When you look up to the sky, I am looking down to you.
Take good care of it. When you look down, the other looks down to you. Love is the answer.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Domo arigato gozaimashita. Please have a seat. Have a translator. I think you have him with me. So wherever you want. So this is like Sasa about also open the question and answering round. So we now are enlightened, but actually, together with the exoskeletons from Inferno, you gave me quite the George Orwell feeling. Thank God that love is the answer. Is there any questions before I would start asking my questions? I'm looking around. Just raise your hands. If you do, then I will just come with a microphone. No questions? That's awesome, because I have some, so not that I'm egoistic, but I enjoy that one. I want to start with a P2P foundation. We have been talking about, there's also a media distortion. You said, you mentioned Bitcoins before. We were like making jokes about, hey, come on, blockchain is the new Bitcoin. And there is especially in the open source world, there's always someone who has to save the world. Please save the world now. And how is it for you to work with all these expectations, like 100,000 eyes see with open source more than just 2 eyes when we're talking about open source, but no one wants to look at it, and then we got vulnerabilities like Heartbleed, and then suddenly you're changing between good and bad guys. So with the expectations within the community and society, how do you survive?
How do you survive? Oops.
Take mine.
Survive with a functioning microphone. I think it's about having the maturity to have a political culture that accompanies this system. So with the blockchain, you have all the blockchain bros, and it's a very male-oriented system. And the blockchain can be revolutionary, but we just can't have technology abstracted as the great solution when we're not talking about culture, when we're not talking about equal access to technology independent of your material circumstances. Those are the kind of dialogues that we need to have to make sure that these technologies are truly P2P all the way through.
very often, I mean, the older a community gets and the more people participate, the bigger the variety of problems that we'll approach. We saw it with the Tor project this year with the allegations against coming to Jacob Appelbaum, and suddenly the whole project itself was there in question and no one seemed to differ anymore. Is there a crucial point, like no more members, please, or we will try to eat each other? It's the bigger you get, the more you seem there seems to be a tendency to lose focus on why did we come together in the first place. So, is there a solution for communities? You know what to do so they won't try to rate each other?
I don't think there's an ideal scale. It's something dynamic and inherent to each community. And when you think about when some projects decompose, the individuals are still there. So much like in nature, that you have systems that coalesce together and create something very visible, and then they break down and create a new system, a lot of the peoples in these projects are creating new projects, using the source code from the previous ones. So I think that it's a natural continuity. And the thing with scale is you also have to think that the internet is based on a material infrastructure. And the more that you scale, the more that you need that centralized infrastructure if you go into servers. But there's also other systems which are end-to-end, which don't have the problems of the blockchain, where, again, if I have more machines, I have a bigger say in the system than other people. I think that distribution and open access is essential. And I think that identity politics maybe need to be toned down for the good of the overall message of the overall project. It doesn't matter if a project breaks down. If there's still an intention, you will see new projects that will benefit from that breakdown, and you will see an ongoing flow.
Let's make the big picture again, because I think one can't say it very often enough, and I love it when others have to say it, the importance of open source in this closed source world where everyone seems to be at least about copyright. We have to fight for net neutrality. The idea of the open internet, the sharing of knowledge somehow seems to get forgotten the more money is within the game. So, do we need open source? Yes, why? And how can we use it? Is it easy enough to use, do you think? Or for every, there is Facebook, you know, there's Twitter, like click next, 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 please, and then you're done and you will meet all the friends, even the ones you don't like. So.
Yes, it is. Well, I mean, parts of Facebook are based on open source, and so are parts of Android. So systems can be made. If you want to get into Linux, if you look at Ubuntu, it's a much simpler operating system that it used to be. And does it need to be free? I think that's one of the qualities of information. Information wants to be free. Information wants to be shared. And all this artifice to keep information scarce is very limiting, and it only benefits a few people. Think about medical patents. What's the point of having an AIDS pill that costs $5 and then goes to $750, as we saw last year? What's the point of having publicly funded research that then just goes to benefit private companies? What's the point of creating stuff that could be abandoned and to have it be scarce? This is why information needs to be open, because information is our right, and information should be a commons. If it's a gift, we have a responsibility. And we feel very strongly about this. And there is open source, but what we need is more advocacy. The same way that you have ethical consumption and you want to eat local, etc., maybe the digital systems that we consume, we should have the same mentality to use them in an ethical, coherent way. And we need education and advocacy for that.
A quick glance, because I always look at my, my talking guests. Someone has a question already? Oh God, I'm so short-sighted. Okay. I see. Oh, wait. Hang on. Wait for me, guys. I pass over the. Oh, there is a microphone. I would have taken the job. I don't know what needs it.
A question for P2P Foundation. Is there your commons-based model of economics? Is there a country that is trying to apply that?
There was a project in Ecuador called the FLOC Society Project, FLOC meaning Free, Libre, Open Society, that examined the inputs of the economy to be coherent with the constitution. The constitution was based on the indigenous concept of buen vivir. And they examined the economy and they brought out some plans. Some of them have been partially implemented. Now Ecuador has the most advanced copyleft patent law, but it's still ongoing. What we realized from the experience in Ecuador is that even though you can work with governments, you have to work with civil society. When there's a power, there has to be a counterpower. So we took everything that we learned from that experience and we put it in the Commons Transition platform so people can take it up at the city level, at the national level, etc. And this is the big political project that we're working on right now. But it cannot just be mediated by representative politics. Politics is something, it's a cultural issue that involves everyone. And apart from the country, apart from Ecuador, at the city level, the stuff going on in Madrid and Barcelona is especially exciting. There's a lot of social innovation, participatory budgeting, there's huge strides being made with transparency. In Bologna, they have a law for the care and regulation of the commons, which allows people to just get together and create those systems. So another good example, just quickly, is against this wave of privatization, how about we make commons public partnerships? So in Bologna, the health system, instead of being privatized away to profit-seeking companies, is given over to social care co-ops, which are multi-stakeholder. So health is mediated and governed by the doctors, by the patients, by the government, and by the family members. This is a kind of commons economics, or in this case, a kind of commons polity that works, and it's hugely successful, and I would like to see be taken up elsewhere.
Refugee Facebook, a question I would have to you is like, especially in Austria, because you started your talk with the Westbahnhof and like the beta version, how it all evolved, the hands-on project. There was also the Train of Hope project. And with these communities, how easy or how hard is it to connect with the other or interact with the other projects? You know, like there was a Train of Hope, hey, could you use our things? And suddenly there's very many projects spreading. Did you cooperate, or was it more like coexistence with these issues?
Both, from time to time. In the beginning, there were a lot of initiatives and all of them wanted to work together, and of course it became chaotic at times. But there have been very fruitful collaborations with other networks, overlapping networks also, because as I said, that Refugee Facebook is one of the projects coming out of a larger network where other projects were also existing, which was just a Berlin-based network, for example, which was largely supported by people from universities and the arts. This is something that I also didn't really mention in my talk. Something that has been very important also is not just volunteer networks, but also what I would like to call institutional misappropriation. So lots of us have access to some kind of infrastructure. Like if you have a university job or just an office, basically, you have a printer, you have a copy machine. This is something that we could do, and where everyone was sort of pitching in their kind of infrastructure. Could be knowledge infrastructure, could be helping facilitating access to university education. Like Humboldt University did quite immediately open up registration for refugees and make it easier for them to access that. And those were people from our networks, people like me who were some PhD students or something like that. So this is collaboration was easy, and sometimes, of course, also as it's always the case if you have self-regulated network groups, there's infighting, and there will be conflict.
Another thing, since you mentioned that, like, you know, we work together online and then we met each other for the first time, and it's like a new experience. Your ethics are very much of learning from each other, sharing the culture. With that along comes also the body language, the way I look, the way I smile at you or not smile at you. So what is the middle way for people, for cultures to understand each other better? Can't be just digital. can't be just physical. So what is your experiences with like the perfect mixture?
It's a bit hard to answer. I mean, what was very evident in the beginning was that we created something in a virtual form. You know, it started out as open data that was coordinated through a social network, but then 3 days later it was printed and I had these copies in my hand and gave them to people at Vienna Westbahnhof. And this started a conversation. So this included, like it transgressed into the physical domain. So there is a constant feedback, because then I could see who, like how did people, how can you approach people, how do they receive it, how does it strike up a conversation, how do we use it and get immediate sort of debugging, you know, it's like physical debugging where you go through the list of phrases and say, hi, I'm Paul, and then they will immediately tell you when this sentence is wrong, you know, or you have a typo, or the Arabic typeface is inversed or something like that. So, and this worked on many levels, between the translators, between helpers at the train station and refugees themselves. So it's a big system of feedback.
I'll just wanted to add something as well. I mean, one thing that's quite striking, when your exchanges are based on exchanging skills and information, the hierarchy of, you know, your level of English, say, which is pretty much the lingua franca which we all work in, and unfortunately that's going to give me as a native English speaker a priority over others, which it shouldn't, you know. And the way our structure works is that on many kind of instances where maybe a refugee that was helping us didn't speak as good English as everybody else, but he or she had the coding skills to help with the website, or to help with the database, or to spot that inaccuracy in the Kurdish Sorani translation, say. Or, you know, so when it's based on that, it breaks down those hierarchies. We're all helping as to the best that we can. You know, you're dipping in and out, you're checking a translation, you're verifying another thing. And I think it breaks down a lot of different hierarchies. There should be no reason why I should have a privileged position of speaking about something that, you know, I'm not a coder, I don't know, and, you know, my limited skills are much more inferior to, say, any other, say, refugee coder that's helping us out. You know, it's that's what I find very attractive about the work. That definitely, yeah. And then meeting again for the first time. I mean, yeah, okay, facial expressions and all that. But there are other ways, more important aspects of communication than just the superficial, oh, smiled at me, or I can see the person's face, you know. I mean, necessarily if you're behind a niqab or you're behind a screen, it's about communication, you know, and it's maybe our idea of that I must see the facial expression in order to understand this person. Well, that's a rather superficial way of engaging with a person. It's more about listening and talking and making yourself understood, and that's through many different aspects, yeah.
One more thing, actually, we were approached quite immediately when we started the project last year by a Berlin-based Korean artist who's deaf and mute, and she offered to do also sort of a sign language version of it with small videos for the website. This is still in the works, but to answer your question about this.
One question afterwards, last one, I promise, is, you know, when there is actual need, you always have the wave of people who are willing to help, and then, you know, the next topic arises, and, you know, they will like butterflies go into different directions, into new little projects. And how are you doing with the community? Is it still growing? Is there a fixed base of people who say, no, like, we are doing it, and there's a constant growth? Since, you know, like now Austria is in elections, as you might know, so people have very many other things to rage about or to love or to endorse. How are you doing?
Well, as Quiva has said, it's very easy to start a project like this, and it's very hard to sustain it. So by the end of 2015, we were all quite exhausted. And we decided either we had to stop the project or we have to significantly change its structure. So we expanded the team. We tried to actually sort of divide up the roles more clearly and just to, you know, divvy up the workload to everyone. And with the changing situation, of course, the data set also keeps changing, because of course a set of phrases that is needed when someone is somewhere along the Balkan route is significantly different from the set of phrases that someone needs who's in a bureaucratic struggle in Berlin. You know, so this is sort of where the project starts to feed into other projects. There are some projects in Berlin especially where they try to find language solutions and translating solutions for people to find their way through the bureaucratic jungle of immigration law. It's called Best of Beamtendeutsch. Because, yeah, these are huge problems. But this is, so, yeah, we try to make it more stable and at the same time keep it adaptable and adapt to the needs as the situation changes.
We talked about facial expressions, and it's, by the way, 30 minutes, and we decided if we want it or not, if we like a person or not. So all the content of what we say, how we say it, comes afterwards. But talking of facial expression, I hope you're smiling right now, Sasai, but it is most popular as a manga character, Sasai, and in Europe not as known. Could you try to explain like the culture behind so many people endorsing and say like, I want to participate in this project where I become a Twitter bot? Because it was, to me, something really new. Do you need a microphone?
Yeah, I need a microphone. Well, it was just an incident. It wasn't like what I, or what we intended to do. It just happened, and it just was a natural thing. So I don't really know why that happened. So, yeah, it's just an incident.
What makes it remarkable as well is that it's not just online, but also away from keyboard. You do meetings, people like offline celebrate the bot online, and this is like, you don't have a schedule there. It's just like, what we say, flash mob and whatever you named it, events that just happen, and they sum up within the Twitter bot. Or is it planned?
Can you repeat the question again?
Do you have any planning, apart from winning prizes at Ars Electronica and travel around the world? Is there a planning for what the people will do next? Or is it just like, hey, let it happen, and what happens, happens?
Yeah, that's right. We don't have any plans. It just happens. It happens. And we leave everything to the world.
Last question, promise. Why Sasai bot? There is, it could have been Naruto bot, or right now Pokemon bot, or Pokemon Go bot, I don't know. You have so many manga characters. Is there something that makes Sasai very, very special for the people?
Yeah, I should have made it Mickey Mouse, but no, I'm just kidding. Well, if you're Japanese, you'll know, but yeah, so Sasai-san is like the very most famous character in Japan, because it's not just for kids, and it's not just for teenagers. Even old people watches Sasai-san. It's on TV every Sunday. Everybody can watch, and so yeah. It was Sasai-san because it was meant for everybody.
Thank you so much. Is there any questions from the audience? No. That's good. Is there something that you, my guests, want to mention, what I forgot to ask, where you think that's important? I mean, I could talk. If I start talking to you, it will take hours, and the next event will like hate us. For someone just likes us because we're totally in time. I could screw that up so much. Let's go outside, talk. No, if there isn't, then I would leave you to this beautiful not dystopian at all exoskeletons, which like introduce the next talk that will happen. Yes? Oh, and that's
one more thing, because I mentioned it before, but outside you can print your own refugee phrasebook, and I would like it if you did and take it home with you and use it. And if any one of you feels like contributing to the project in whichever way, we also take donations which we will use to print physical copies of the phrasebook, otherwise we don't need any money. But if you speak any exotic language, if you are a lawyer or a doctor or someone who can provide special vocabulary, just please get in touch with us. Thank you.
If you speak any exotic language like Python, C++, you can participate with P2P Foundation, by the way. If you speak Japanese, it will be even easier to find Sasaibot on Twitter. Is there an English version as well, or do I need some translation machine to get what it's saying?
Currently, it's only in Japanese, but we're trying to make it into English. So for now, please use the Google Translate.
But there is, if you look, I can't say Google now with you sitting next to me. If you DuckDuckGo Sasaibot, you will find TED Talks you did in English for explaining a little bit more what they are about. It's really worth a look. And on Twitter, you might just follow them, and everyone will think you understand what it's writing. It's even more awesome. Thank you so much for being all here. The next category will be, I think there will be about these exoskeletons as well. I'm not too unhappy that they don't watch my back anymore. They made me a bit nervous, especially since I knew they represent the hell as well. So I think at 15 minutes past 3, the next category, the interactive art category, will start. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you, Ars, for having us here, and enjoy the other events, the other talks, and the other participants. Thank you.
2 minutes. We're going to start. It's 3:15, and we're going to be very much on time. Pünktlich, it's my new word. So welcome, everybody. I'm very excited to be the one to present the prize winners for the Prix Arts Interactive Art Plus. What I thought would be of interest to you is to give you a little bit of an insight in our process as a jury member, how we come together and what we do. I was a jury member last year for Hybrid Arts, and I got really impressed by the way the process works and the amount of time that we spent in the room together thinking about not only the artworks, but the general state of the arts, of what we're trying to do, etc. So I'd like to first introduce to you the jury members. I'll go to the screen. There we go. This is Joachim Sauter. He is a media artist and designer, and to a lot of you, he's well known. For those of you who are not so much in the field, he made a big mark with kind of a mixing of art and industry in his company called Art Plus Com. And he actually, with his group, created something that would be considered a predecessor of Google Map. In fact, there's some argument about that, but I'm not sure how or when it was resolved. Michaela is from London. She graduated from the Royal College of London and Goldsmith Music and Technology, and she is the founder of Music Tech Festival in London, director of Music Bricks, and very active in community building, and she's really demanding person, and it was really interesting talking to her. I told her she should be our representative in the EU because she was really a good argument for community building and how important it is for collaborative work to be put on the forefront, which we all agreed with, by the way, as you will see in the works you'll see. Irini Papadimitrou, she's a curator and producer who was actively involved in the Prix Arts 2 years ago in the interactive arts category. And she is a digital programmer, manager at the London Victoria and Albert Museum, one of the largest museums of decorative arts and design, where she organizes a lot of interesting events with media arts. And a newcomer, I'm sorry for cutting off his face, Christoph de Jaeger. He is a curator. He comes to us from Belgium, and he's very much from the art world. And I have to, it's interesting that his face is cut off because he kept saying throughout our process, but is this art? And at one point I pulled out a very old video from my art school days when I was really obsessed with conceptual art by a Serbian conceptual artist, Raša Tudosijević. Maybe some of you know him. Anyway, I wanted to show this video, but maybe it would upstage a lot of stuff going on here. It's him slapping his wife and saying, "Was ist Kunst? Was ist Kunst?" And this, in the tradition of conceptual art, kept going on and on and on. So finally I pulled it up and I started a discussion which actually was helpful in us determining the winners. Because we suddenly realized that there's a crisis of the category, if you will. The idea of categorizing, and this particular category. So Irini, who was in the jury the year before in the interactive art, said that they added the plus because it became so hard to define what is interactive anymore. And if you think about it, everything is, and if you're talking about technology, everybody's interacting with their phones all the time and the apps, etc. So at a certain point in the early 90s, it was really fascinating to us, and interactive arts was a new thing, and a lot of it was very cause and effect. You do something, it responds. So it became kind of a definition. But at this point, we realized that it's actually quite formalized, that it's ubiquitous. We don't even know if it should be a category anymore. A lot of categories disappear. You can think of new genres, for instance, was a category that somehow disappeared, although some departments still have new genres. Doesn't make sense. Anyway, having said that, I would like to just move on straight to our winners and let them present their works to you. How many of you were at the gala? Not too many, which means that you can do your rap. So, okay, so I got this. So this is actually a marvelous project. I particularly like it because, well, first of all, let me just say, it was absolutely unanimous. We had no doubt that this was a great statement at this particular time for our society, for the art world, for showing how artists can really intervene into saying, basically, the king is naked. So it's a question that, it brings up the question that we all are interested in about information gathering and data and surveillance and spying and politics. And all this is so very confusing, but to try to actually subvert the tools that are there instead of kind of dealing with it in a way where we're trying to do it under the covers, very openly, quite a beautiful piece. So I'm not sure who will present first or if you guys are going to present together. What were we doing? Together? Okay. So Christoph and Matthias will present their work. Give them a thunderous applause.
So welcome, and yeah. In 2014, we got invited by the Swiss Embassy in Berlin to present our art projects, and this invitation really thrilled us, because the Swiss Embassy in Berlin is special, as it sits right next to the Federal Chancellery. So no one is closer to Chancellor Merkel than the Swiss diplomats. The government district in Berlin also contains the Reichstag, which is Germany's parliament, and the Brandenburg Gate. And right next to the gate, there are other embassies, in particular the US and the British Embassy. Although Germany is an advanced democracy, citizens are limited in their constitutional rights in its government district. The right of assembly and the right to demonstrate are restricted there. And this is interesting from an artistic point of view, because our opportunities to exercise participation and to express ourselves are always bound to a certain order. And with art, we can become aware of these constellations in which we communicate. We see here, this government district, that there is a huge gap in this band that they built. This gap is called Citizen Forum. So the idea was to build a building for the citizens as a centerpiece between the federal government and the parliamentarians, to show that civil society really is at the center of this government district, and it should be a building which is open for everyone, for the public. This building was never built. And on top of that, the whole government district is a non-protest zone. So, yeah, which means that we don't have the freedom of speech that usually are given to all the people. The rallies, they need to have special permissions, and the permissions are never granted when the parliamentarians are there. So at the center of the democracy, where people could speak their minds what kind of the parliamentarism is meant to, there is a ban to rally, really, for your interest, for your speech, for whatever. And on top of that, it was really amazing that there are no specific laws relating to digital communication. So in digital communication, you can do anything you want. Everything is legal, which is legal outside too. As we all know from the press over the last years, is that from the roofs of the US and the British embassy, the whole government district has been surveyed by the secret services. The GCHQ, which is the British Secret Service, had its antennas covered in a white cylindrical atom. And the American NSA, they covered their spy post by these fake walls, which are transparent for electromagnetic waves. Our question was how to address these hidden and disguised forces. And we accepted the invitation of the Swiss embassy and used this opportunity to exploit this specific situation. Because if people are spying on us, it stands to reason that they have to listen to what we are saying. On the roof of the Swiss embassy, we installed a series of antennas. They most probably weren't as sophisticated as those used by the Americans and the British. They were quite makeshift antennas and not camouflaged either. They were totally obvious and visible. And then, when we started to do that, the president of the Academy of Arts called us and said, "Oh, it's such a great project, I want to be part of it." And the Academy of Arts has a building at the Pariser Platz, which is exactly located between the NSA and the GCHQ. And so we built another large antenna and had a very well coverage over the whole government district. While building up this antenna, we have been surveyed in a way we never saw before. There was a helicopter circling over our head with a pivoting camera below, which really watched every step we did. And on the roof next to us, on the American embassy, there have been agents controlling the roof all the time. The antennas, they created an open and free Wi-Fi communication network in which anyone who wanted to would be able to participate using any Wi-Fi-enabled device and be able to send messages to those listening on the frequencies that were being intercepted. Text messages, voice chats, file sharing, anything could be sent anonymously. And anonymity is often confused with encryption. But these are two completely different things. For example, if we look at an encrypted file, as an example here, a PGP mail, we still have metadata in it So people might not be able to read what's in the message, but they know from whom to whom it was sent. They know the IP addresses. They can go and ask the providers for the IP addresses, and they even have the length of the message, and in PGP, unfortunately, also the subject.
The subject, right.
Yeah. In our system, it was quite the opposite. All the messages were open and unencrypted. But at the same time, as it was an internet-independent mesh network, people were not subscribed to any internet service provider. They got a completely random IP address that was not trackable. And so you had the possibility to send anonymously a message which was open and freely to read for everyone. This was the headline from a blog in London. And it got picked up by the news quite quickly when we started this project, and the response was enormous. Over 15,000 messages have been sent during the whole time over this network. And we'd like to present you some of the examples. NSA agents do the right thing, blow the whistle. This is the NSA. In God we trust, all others we track. Anonymous is watching NSA GCHQ. We are part of your organizations. Expect us, we will shut down. At NSA, my neighbors are noisy. Please send a drone strike. At NSA, do you feel bored by our stupid messages? Make love, not cyber war. Can you hear me? Created a platform to discuss the potential and the limits of communication. And it was an open platform for really everyone to communicate. And we asked the embassies and the government departments too to participate. And to our surprise, they did. After a while, files appeared on the network, including classified documents which were leaked from a parliamentary investigation commission. For us, this highlighted the fact that the free exchange and discussion of vital information is starting to become difficult even for members of a parliament. These documents were quite explosive. The German blog netzpolitik.org published them and got accused in 2015 for treason due to publication of these exact documents. Here again, the government district. The meetings of the committee of inquiry takes always place in this government district. The participants are not allowed to talk about these inquiries. And the German Secret Service, the BND, is subordinated directly to the Federal Chancellery. So kind of everything that has to do with the surveillance and secrecy is present in this government district. And there is even a collaboration of it. And they circumvented parliamentarian control for the German Secret Service to team up with the GCHQ and the NSA. And they exchanged secret documents and spied together on members of the German and French government and even on members of the parliament. It is actually a situation when the governments cannot trust their own secret services, when the parliament is not informed and not in control. These are three of the operations we know about that became public. Of some of them, we still don't know whether they are still going on. The operation Kulturquartier is a surveillance of the providers. So the BND recorded every day 1 million of metadata and 100,000 of phone data and forwarded them to the CIA. And the operation Monkey Shoulder is about data exchange. So the GCHQ provided help with an analytic system to analyze the data from the German telecom So they sent the data to the GCHQ to be analyzed and got then the analyzation back. The operation Iconal is an analysis of the surveillance of the telephone and internet data in Frankfurt. Frankfurt is the most important internet exchange node in Germany from the German telecom. And although Operation Iconal has officially ended, out of 6.6 billion metadata from the BND is collected still every month, and 1.3 billion metadata are then handed over to the NSA. Another thing that happened in 2014 was that the German Federal Office for Protection of the Constitution had a suspicion of espionage against a BND employee. And to get help to unmask the spy, they appointed a civil servant and also turned to the USA to help them. Well, as it turned out, on the 4th July of 2014, it became public that the spy acted by order of the US Secret Service, CIA. And that he spied, apart from the BND, also on the NSA investigation committee. And on top of that, it turned out that the German civil servant that was appointed to investigate this matter was also a US spy too. The German federal government then expelled the representative of the CIA in Germany as he was handling those two agents. We mapped here again the forum that was never realized. And in this constellation, Can You Hear Me addressed once again the positions of the subjects and their options to modify the constellation and the power relations. It is actually not only trolling, but reorganizing the very positions of those whom have the say and others whom have no voice, and how it is possible in an open network to find new forms of expressions. Glenn Greenwald called our project Art Against Surveillance. So it shows that this is taken as an option to really speak your mind. And once again, I would like to present you some other messages that have been sent over this network. Can you hear me? Please respond. I will not read that. But this one is a very interesting thing, because our language gets changed by the setting in which we are communicated. So whether we are under surveillance or not, whether there are words that are deleted because of censorship, or whether we think that a technical system is running in this or that way. It was very interesting that people started very intelligently to play with language. So what we see here is an ASCII encoded a text. So this means do not spy on me. And every 8 of this binary digits is 1 letter. How to teach a robot voting for a revolution. Agents, what was the story of yourself? Will you tell your grandchildren? This is the NSA's Achilles heel, open networks. Well, when you are on the ground floor of this house here, you have the possibility to interact with this installation we set up in Berlin. So there is an open and free Wi-Fi, which is called Can You Hear Me? And you can connect to it, and then automatically in your mobile device, which I suggest you are using, then will turn up a screen, which is the so-called login screen, as when you log into an internet cafe or something. And over this interface, you can then communicate directly with the network. And The network in Berlin was quite big, all over the government district, and this is a quick description of this whole network, of all the links that were in this network, and all the messages that are sent in this network are then sent from one point to the other, and until every point in this network received all the messages. The software on which we built this network is CallNet. It's a project we started in 2011 and got awarded by Ars Electronica with the Next Idea Award, and realized it in the Future Lab. It's a software that we built to really easily communicate with one another, independent of any internet connection. Usually when we are communicating with one another, even when we are standing next to each other, we are using, I don't know, any platform, such as, I just say some names, Facebook, Twitter, or email. And when you send then a message to your friend next to you, it always travels through the whole internet to a server and then back to this other device. With our network, the devices interconnect directly, so you don't need any other router or device, and for sure not any internet service provider, and you can directly communicate with one another. CallNet was the basis of many mesh networks that we set up all around the world in the last years. We have been invited in 2013 to Istanbul to kickstart an open network there. And it was also used in informal settlements in France. For example, this is a bicycle which remotely interconnects the informal settlements with the internet. And then finally, also for Can You Hear Me?
Yeah, I think this is really interesting to see how a network we used usually we think about the networks, the independent networks, that this is used when there is no internet connection, and now we brought this very technology back into one of the best connected spot in Berlin, most probably, and the heavily surveyed government district. And so it's really interesting to see how this technology works not only for people they are in certain circumstances, they have no connections, but also for people they are very well connected, and so they can use it for another use case and to address power relations they are here in place. So yeah.
Thank you.
Congratulations again. Wow. Talk about using the media to shake up the system. Speaking of, I'm shaking up my floor here. Just 1 second. Here we go. I just want to introduce the next person. Here we go. The next project that we picked for Interactive Arts Plus is really a plus. It resides in between technology and biology, and kind of veers into what now is considered hybrid arts. It is open surgery, a do-it-yourself initiative to use surgical devices at home. And all of these components that Frank Kolkman put together can be ordered on the internet, and you can do surgery, open surgery on yourself. So it's a functional robot. But what we found important is the message that he was putting out, particularly for those of us who live in the United States, where medical interventions can be hugely expensive, and this seems to be the way a lot of medical facilitating is going on. I had no idea, actually, I have to admit, that there is a whole do-it-yourself surgery online that you can go on YouTube and people follow if they have no way to get any medical help. So this project brings up a lot of those issues in this discussion, and I'd like to invite Frank to talk about his work. Where is he? There he is.
So first of all, hope everyone can hear me okay. First of all, thanks very much for a wonderful introduction. I hope I have anything to add to it. And it's really a great honor to be here and to be able to speak to all of you today, but also in general to be a part of such a great festival. I've really enjoyed it, and it's really a pleasure to be amongst such great projects. So thanks again very much. As mentioned, I will be presenting my project, which is called Open Surgery. And Open Surgery is essentially a proposal and a prototype for a do-it-yourself surgical robot that could be used in domestic keyhole surgery. And I developed this as my graduation project while I was at the Royal College of Art in 2015. And the initial idea came from a joint workshop between the Design Interactions Department of the RCA and the D-Lab of the Kyoto Institute of Technology. I then took it on and developed it for the next 4 months following as a lead-up to my own graduation. And in this presentation, I'll try and keep it quite short and condensed because I would need a lot more time to address all of the issues and all of the questions that it raises. But I want to approach it more as sort of an artist talk where I would just give some background to how I came up with the idea and how I developed it from there, and also address some of the issues that came from that. And actually, I would like to begin by showing this video. And what you can see here besides me is a grape being very, very carefully peeled and then very carefully being stitched back together. And this is done with the help of a surgery robot. So surgery robots have been around for the last 15 years or so. And they allow humans to perform operations with superhuman precision, which is something I guess you can quite intuitively understand when you watch this meditative video. And in the typical configuration, like with the Da Vinci surgical robot, which is the most famous of all surgical robots, I guess, a human surgeon sits at a console a few meters removed from the patient. And at this console, he controls a robot with the help of a few joysticks. And the actual surgical instruments are attached to a number of robotic arms. So what happens is the robot is not autonomous, but it does provide sort of superior dexterity, enhanced vision, and it removes tremors and involuntary movements. So for example, when a surgeon gets tired, his hands would start shaking a little bit. This robotic system can remove all of this. So what it means is that it blends the human experience of a surgeon with the mechanical stability of a robotic system. And therefore it provides a more comfortable operation for the surgeon, but also theoretically reduces the trauma and the complications that would arise from the surgery in the patient. However, it is also prohibitively expensive. So these machines sell upwards of $2 million US, and that is excluding maintenance costs as well as surgery training as an additional. So in a way, they are a sort of luxury. They are a market-driven healthcare innovation that is in many cases also a marketing tool for hospitals. And what was very strange to me when I did the initial research was that they in fact don't make surgery any cheaper or shorter, but they increase the length of time a surgery procedure takes, and they also increase the cost that comes with it. So in this strange scenario, what happens is they replace lower cost options. So a lot of these procedures can be performed in manual ways as well. But because of their marketing value, and I mean in some cases there are definite benefits, they sort of overshoot their goals in many ways, and they contribute to a globally rising healthcare expenses. And this might not be a big problem if you have proper health insurance like most countries in Europe, but if you think of the situation in the US where health insurance is a big issue, the problem quickly becomes apparent.
Today I'm going to do a little redneck voiceover. I've got transparent female right here, and I'm going to make some fake teeth out of it. We'll see how it works. Look okay. Yeah. The trick is to mold it into shapes that look like teeth. It's more of an art than a science, really. Fitting with toothpaste to hold them in. Well, now that they're baked for a half hour, they're hard, and they look like real teeth. Now, I like to use this stuff to glue them in there with, and this is what they look like. Now I can take them and put them in there like that, and with that glue, after about a half hour, they stay that way. Works pretty good.
Yeah, so this is just one of literally thousands and thousands of videos in which mainly uninsured Americans can be seen performing all kinds of medical hacks on themselves because they simply can no longer afford to go see a professional trained doctor. And these procedures sort of range from the dental procedures as just shown to the more gruesome minor surgeries like removing cysts or lipoma or toenails. And actually in a lot of these videos, the subjects sort of often talk about their position and not being able to afford the professional health services, and they simply see no other alternative than to go on and experiment and try it on their own. So to me, what was quite an interesting situation, and also quite I didn't really feel comfortable with this situation because it presented me with a very big paradox. So on the one hand, you have the most advanced healthcare system in the world, where you have all of these amazing advancements like robotic surgery, like new sort of innovative imaging technologies that allow almost perfect operations to take place. And then on the other hand, you have this growing group of people that no longer has any access to it whatsoever. So this really made me wonder, like, wouldn't there be room for a third alternative? So somewhere in between having no access at all and then having the best surgical system in the world. Like, what would happen if there would be a third alternative, somewhere in the middle, in the gray zone between what is maybe legal, slightly illegal, but using, as a feasible alternative, something that could actually work. So basically the question for me became, like, what would happen if these amateurs, these DIY medical enthusiasts would assemble around more complex technologies that you would find in professional health services with the help of easily accessible prototyping technologies, like these days 3D printing or laser cutting, etc. So for me personally, the question became, what if, for example, you could build your own DIY surgical robot? And would that plausibly contribute to a preferable alternative? So there's no easy answer to this. So I just wanted to see, like, how feasible it would be. So I set off on a mini quest. And for me, the challenge became to try and build a DIY surgical robot. Now, of course, I was graduating at the time, so I knew I had to do this on a budget and also in 4 months. So my situation, in a way, was quite realistic. Also, because I have no medical background and I have no engineering background, I also realized I was in over my head, so I had to look for help. And I basically started emailing engineers and surgeons, explaining the project, explaining my goals, and asking for help. And as you might imagine, not all of the responses were positive. And I think this one is quite a clear example of the majority of the responses I got from the engineering field. And it says, knowing the difficulties of regulatory approvals to get surgical systems to be adopted, I'm sorry to say I have zero confidence in the idea of DIY surgery. Since it is illegal to try and commit suicide, and I suspect also to operate on or deliberately injure yourself, I do not want to have anything to do with this project. Best wishes. Well, of course, this is blacked out. Quite surprisingly, however, after a while, I also started receiving responses from the medical field, and they were much, much more positive. So this was a response I got from someone that at the time was right around my corner, Dr. Martin Jer, and yeah, he was very open. So he really wanted to help out and discuss the project. So it only took about 2 emails for him to invite me to his lab, and we had the nicest chat. So the nice thing about Dr. Martin Jer is that he's both a medical doctor as well as an engineer. So he was the perfect person to talk to gain a better understanding of what I was up against. And we could talk about the risks and the challenges of the concept, but we also talked about the very practical things like how to keep tools sterile, what are biocompatible materials, what are the things to look at. And then he even allowed me to use one of the surgical simulators they had in the lab, as well as explaining the theory behind the procedures we're looking at. And this really helped me to get started, not only on a theoretical perspective, but also by very hands-on experiencing the types of forces and the types of movements that were needed for this system. So as a quick medical lesson, essentially robotic surgery builds upon an already existing medical technology or a medical procedure, which is called laparoscopy. And in laparoscopy, also known as keyhole surgery, a surgeon makes a number of small incisions in the lower abdomen, after which he insufflates it with CO2 gas to create space, and then inserts a long-ended camera, as well as the surgical tools that are also sort of long-ended and controlled by grippers at the end. And in this way, the surgeon is able to perform an operation inside of the patient's body, which means it reduces trauma, but it also reduces the risk of infection, which of course is a very important aspect of any surgery. This was very helpful to me because it gave me a much clearer understanding of what I was up against, but I also realized that all of these surgical instruments are very precise and very small and very hard to produce. So I knew it was going to be a challenge to create those with 3D printers or laser cutters or whatever, so this was a problem. But then actually I started looking online, and as it turns out, these manual tools you can actually simply buy online on Alibaba. So a lot of these tools that are used also in Western hospitals actually come from certified manufacturers in China. And it's not really a big problem for anyone to order those. So I gave it a go, and 2 weeks later, and after lots of Google translating some obscure monetary transactions and a bit of waiting, I received my first set of surgical equipment. And this was really interesting because it gave me a sort of baseline that I could then use to develop my robot around. Actually, afterwards I found out that with a few dollars more, they actually send the tools in sterile packaging. So this would, because they only sell for only like $10 or $15, this would even mean that you could simply buy the actual surgical tools for every single procedure and then just throw them away after to prevent the risk of infection. So this sort of gave me the sense that I would need to design a machine around this tool that I could then swap out and just use for a single procedure. But it also provided me with a sort of a theoretical starting point, because I began to realize that if I want to make this machine sort of be easy to be reproduced, then I would have to use as many of these off-the-shelf parts as I could find and only focus my attention for the custom parts that you really couldn't buy. So for the custom parts, I only used a small 3D printer in my kitchen. And I sort of prototyped the motion mechanism around this, which was the next challenge. And yeah, so I also used laser cutting, but that was actually the only technique that wasn't in my kitchen. The rest was all there. So these are some early prototypes that created the right sort of range of motion that would be needed for these procedures. And then I used laser cutting to scale it up to the first sort of full-scale prototype. And as you can see, my kitchen table sort of slowly, well, evolves or devolves, whatever you want to call it, into a miniature medical robotics lab. So as soon as I had the arm sort of figured out and the mechanism sort of figured out, I had to focus on the electronics. And I found that actually I could use a lot of the electronics that people are using these days to build their own 3D printers or laser cutters or CNC machines, which are very, very interesting communities because they have a very advanced level of doing these things. But because there's a large support group, it also means that it's quite a safe and accessible way to use this in this type of machine. And for the software, it was sort of the same principle where we started off simply by using processing, which is a widely known open source programming language. And I think this is my living room corner after a few weeks. So it shows that all of these tools were simply shipped from all over the world to my living room in London at the time, which could be the same anywhere in the world. And with about $4,000 of investment and around 4 months of time invested, I ended up with this this machine that you see right here. This is one of more modules that would be used to actually perform the operation, and I have a video here in which you can see it making its first steps. Now, of course, this is not nearly as stable as the robot you saw before in the video, so I think at this point it's also probably good to mention that I don't intend this prototype to be a sort of a finished product that would go into the market or release it as such. But I think it shows that if I can do this with my background, with 4 months worth of time and about $4,000 of investment, I think it means there's a real potential there if people would assemble around these technologies to actually come up with really, really great solutions. However, the preferability of doing this is still a big question mark, as well as the legal sides to it. So through this process, I was able to, I actually ran into loads of issues. I ran into issues with patents, I ran into issues with liability, I ran into issues of a technical nature. So it's a very complex system, which is also why in the end I decided not to release it as open source yet, because I think you really need to invest in it and take it very serious as a proposal. But I hope it challenges the way we think about healthcare systems, and I hope it opens up the discussion about possible alternative models to right now the big companies that sort of protect their investments with large patent portfolios. Whereas in this case, because it would be open source and it would be shared freely, the patents might not apply. So there all of a sudden you create this gray area where really interesting things could happen. And here is a few pictures of what that might look like. So in the early process, we were simply thinking of how you could sort of subvert existing tools in your home to use as medical equipment. And for example, you could sterilize tools by basically using your kitchen stove at 160 degrees for 8 hours, which sort of comes up to the same standards as what they use in the hospital. And maybe even transform your bedroom into a mini operating theater. So obviously there's a lot of things that I didn't address in this talk, but I hope there might be an opportunity later in the Q&A. For now, I want to leave it at this, and thank you very much for your attention.
Don't forget Don't forget your charger, like I did. Okay, just 1 second, everybody.
Is it in?
Yes. All right. So our third presenter, Anne-Katrin Krenz, who we gave a award of distinction, could not be here with us. So I'm going to attempt to present her work and explain what she was trying to do here. It's a little bit of a challenge because what she sent me was in German. But it's art, right? so I can interpret it. What we're looking at here, what we saw so far is how much artists from different points of view can start showing us what we start taking for granted, or how we can reuse technology. And of course, artists have always been fascinated with the body, so nothing new there. And nature. What we have here is a very interesting piece from a young artist. Anne-Katrin actually was a student of Joachim Sauter's, who presented, was one of our jury members. She works and lives in Berlin, and she came up with this idea of how you can intervene into a natural system poetically, but in a way also recognizing our parasitical intervention and how it is aggressive at the same time. So before presenting her German, I will show you her video, which I think then everybody can interpret in their own ways. Here we go. We'll view this full screen. Oops, sorry. Enter full screen, and here we go. what you see here is this incredibly elaborate system that's set up there to encode into the tree a piece of poetry. And I will go through this with you. Let's see if I can do this full screen. I don't think so. Oh, yeah, I can actually, sorry. Here we go. All right. Who can translate this? But we can all relate to this. And then we have Kant. A romantic approach. And of course, I'm leading you through this because we'll get to a point that actually made sense to all of us, whether we understand or have the translation of this or not. So she picked out words. Here you can see, relating to nature and culture. And then she translated those words to these symbols that you saw then very elaborately put onto the trees, and according to her, not really interrupting or damaging the tree. So a little bit like engraving the heart, I guess, of the lovers. And here's the process. And here she is. So we like this work because it shows this tension between nature and technology in a really nice way. And she says, danke. All right, I didn't want to just mention, I really wanted to give her a little bit of description of what she was doing. But we were all so short and nice that we have tons of time for discussion with you. So I would like to invite our speakers here to sit down and we get some questions from the audience. How does that sound? Good? All right, let's do it. Question? Anybody have a question to the artists? Nobody has any questions? It's impossible. Here we go. I'll be Oprah.
Thank you. I have a question for Matthias and I don't know.
Christoph.
Yeah, the surveillance guys. Did you become aware of any reaction of the secret services that you bombarded with your messages? So did you become aware of anything they did in response to your thing, except from the agents who looked over you what you did when you
Well, that's
installed?
a bit the thing in an open system when people can be anonymous that you don't really know. But we invited the British Embassy and the American Embassy to participate as it was really open for everyone. The British, they said that they have no one appointed to that project. And
because the embassy is not responsible for art, so this is the British Council.
And the Americans, they had someone appointed that always wanted to call back and never did. up to this point. And, well, in all the messages we read and that were sent over the system, there have been many people calling or naming themselves NSA agent or something else. So, but we have no idea who they were.
Actually, I think it's really an interesting thing, you know, with these agents and not agents and so on. I like this way also they were addressed. You know, what will you tell your grandchildren about your career and your work and your life? And so I think it's a very interesting thing that we forget sometimes that Edward Snowden actually is an agent or has been an agent himself. So this is got very, very close, you know, with hackers, and hackers are now the services reach out to hackers, and they really try to bring hackers in, and also with a critical thinking. And so it's really interesting also to talk to people. They have been agents or were working for companies in that field.
Did they try to recruit you?
No, unfortunately not.
But just a quick question. Yesterday, during the opening, you mentioned that you're not allowed to go to China. Is that true?
Unfortunately, yes.
Can you talk a little more?
Well, no, it's a really sad story for me.
We have been to China in 2007. And it was a great journey we had there, and we got invited in 2013 for an official residency from the Organ House that was funded by the Swiss Cultural Foundation Pro Helvetia. And both China as well as Switzerland has signed the UNESCO contracts, which means that the countries allow cultural goods and artists to travel freely. Because the idea of this contract is that peace in this world will be saved when we can culturally exchange. And so due to this official residency, we went to the Chinese consulate to hand in our application for a visa. And well, when we got there to pick up our visa, there has been kind of a huge pile of passports that were handed out. China is the most popular destination in tourism nowadays, so it's not something special to travel there in 2013, and she searched all the passports several times and didn't find our passports, and then finally she turned around, and in a bit of a remote place there were 2 passports lying around, and then she ran away, and someone else came and just handed us back the passports and said, "Oh, sorry, no visa for you." And as it is, the countries do not have to say why they don't give you a visa. It turned out to be then a bit a diplomatic thing, as they really should have given us a visa, as it was an official invitation as an artist exchange. And finally they said, okay, we don't reject your visa. You can apply. But we need to make an interview, and there have been several people appointed to this interview. We made this interview, and they said they have no idea why we don't get a visa, so we don't know yet. We know that we are on a blacklist in Beijing, and it is up until this day that we are still waiting for them to call us back to say we are granted a visa. So.
Yeah, I think it's very sad because we are working with many Chinese activists, and so it's really important for us to do open and collaborative works. And so it's a thing, you know, that we on one hand we can open spaces such as communication spaces in specific places or things like that. But on the other hand, there's really a threat for us that we are not allowed to participate also in art exhibitions because they try then to avoid a discussion or a political situation there. And this was 1 month ago in Sri Lanka happened because we have a huge community with Tamils we are working with. And so they were, in the first place, the people, the curators, they were very interested to invite us, and then we were denied to participate in the exhibition. And so this is, you know, these are the two things. And I think it's not dramatic for me as a person because I'm an artist. I'm really, really privileged. But it's sad that because it's very interesting to work with the people, and so it's very good experience in place.
Any other questions from the audience?
I do have a question for Christoph and Matthias. Do you think there's a need for a revival of physical networking protocols in Europe, since you say that you actually brought back Qualnet that was intended to go to countries that faced oppression and surveillance in the communication? So do you think that there's going to be like people again setting up their Wi-Fi routers to form mesh networks, or do you think that the rise of handheld devices sort of killed the need of maintaining your own network infrastructure, since this is, I guess, the source of your projects in the end?
It's a very interesting question, because part of our work we are doing since over 10 years is to look into how we interconnect and what are the possibilities and who is allowed to say what, and how we can really make connections. And it's true that there was a slowdown in the mesh network infrastructure that community started to build when the iPhone came out and everyone had a contract and kind of got internet. But there are other things that make it worth to build independent mesh networks. But to say a few words about community networks, we must say that the internet is a heterogeneous thing, so it looks differently in all over the world, and also here in Europe it's quite different how different countries do it. For example, a country we frequently travel to is Romania, and they have a great kind of community internet thing, because at the first years it was very difficult to get an internet connection. And so what people did, they grouped together and bought themselves a very expensive fast line, and they kind of just threw cables all around Romania. And in every flat, almost every flat in Romania, you have 100 megabit internet access. And you had it already 5 years before. And in Germany, we are still waiting for that. So also, when you have obstacles, it can turn out differently. Of course, at the moment, there is also going kind of a buyout of many of these grassroots providers, but it's very interesting to see that. From the point of wireless mesh networking, unfortunately, at the moment, there is a big battle going on about the lockdown of the drivers. So this will be I think the biggest problem for the next years, because to do internet Wi-Fi mesh networking, you need kind of a mode where you can interconnect all the different devices. There is an official Wi-Fi standard to do that. Unfortunately, the big companies such as Google and Apple have started to take it out of their implementation of the drivers, which is a big problem. And some months ago, the FCC, which is the American Standard Committee, came up with a law which does not allow for vendors of routers and so on to sell you something which you can change. So you're not allowed to get a driver anymore. So, and I don't think we need new protocols, but we still need this openness to really interact with the machines we have to make it working. Because what we do with CallNet is that we have all these devices that can do Wi-Fi mesh networking, and we just wrote the software that makes it for an normal person possible to do that in a reasonable time and to set up their computer as an internet mesh network node.
And so for you, Frank, in a similar way, do you see that there will be some regulations trying to, you know, somehow control people using technology for their own self-help?
Yeah, definitely. Actually, I think the self-help issue is maybe a bit of a leap, but it already happens in professional healthcare. So the healthcare systems are very heavily regulated, both on intellectual property rights level, so protecting their investments, as well as on a sort of medical grade standard level. So that they have to, every instrument has to pass a number of checks to be able to be used in medical systems. However, the issues with these things are quite big because the medical standards increase with the increase of more advanced technology. So that means that if more advanced technology is around, the standards become higher. But that also means that very legitimate other sort of manual alternatives, for example, will basically be ignored after. So there's a big gap between the standards of sort of what the standards imply and what would actually be reasonable. The second thing is sort of the intellectual property rights. So a lot of these companies protect themselves very, very heavily by building up massive patent portfolios. So for example, the company that builds the surgical robot that I showed at the beginning of the presentation, I think they hold over 2,000 patents or close to 2,000 patents protecting this device, of which they only use a small margin. So the rest of it are very vaguely defined, very broad, open-ended patents that are only there to protect competition from entering the market and offering a cheaper alternative. And of course, these are billion-dollar companies, so who is there to challenge it? And I think that's the big issue that right now there's not really any alternative for. So, and also in the way healthcare innovations are created these days, there's a very big paradox because a lot of them come actually from sort of university research groups that are often sort of governmentally funded. So essentially it's taxpayers are taking the risks or the majority of the risks. Then if they come up with something, they patent it, then a commercial company comes in, buys up the patent, and sort of puts on a profit margin, which means that the actual risks are for the general public, but then the rewards are for the commercial company coming in and picking up where the university has left off. So with the self-surgery proposal, this is also why it's not open source at this point. It means that you're entering the waters with these billion-dollar companies, so you have to be very careful that they don't send a cease and desist, because that would ruin the project immediately. So I'm trying to stay clear of that very, very carefully, because I'm not proposing it as a real solution. That's the one. So it's definitely right now academic purposes, and I want to sort of get the story out. And the second thing is I'm sort of researching, if you enter this gray area where you say it's open source and for non-profit, those intellectual property rights become very vague and they don't hold ground anymore. So this is what I'm sort of investigating. So what would happen if we would create a non-profit healthcare innovation system? Would that be a plausible alternative?
There's a question here. I think something that both your practices are really kind of bumping into is, federal or state legislation, companies, IP, being sued. I mean, how do you actually manage the tensions of those things? And, these are big companies that have got lawyers and organizations, and as artists, I don't think we have an equivalent in the way of an artist support network for artists that are actually going out there and actively questioning those boundaries. So how do you, in your different kind of areas manage that?
Yeah, in my case, it's sort of fingers crossed. You don't really have a buffer as an artist. And actually, while I was doing this project, I was still at the Royal College of Art, which sort of meant I was in an institution where you would expect you have those buffers. And I mean, there are advisors, but also their knowledge is often only focused on actually buying patents and sort of investing in intellectual property rights. And as soon as you ask the question, how can we get around intellectual property rights and how can we create this alternative system? Yeah, then a lot of those sort of services break down. I mean, since I started the project, I've had a lot of discussions with people in the medical field, people in the engineering field, but also legal specialists and legal advisors. So I try to be as well informed as I can, but it is a challenge.
Yeah, I have a question about the medical robot stuff. And I'm at UCLA, and we work on a thing called fine needle elastography. It measures the kind of forces when a needle goes into the thyroid gland. And before we got the IRB approval, to work on human subjects, what we did was actually we took like some meat from the butcher shop. We some organs and things you can find in Whole Foods, and played around with them. So do you think that's one way you can sort of avoid that, to do some research in the initial stages before you need like IRB approval?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I guess the experimentation phase is quite open, and also a lot of the stuff that you do in private is actually not covered by all of those registrations anyway. But yeah, I mean, the issue sort of becomes a really big issue as soon as you start really thinking about the application. So I think but at the same time, I want to stress the fact that it's not so far-fetched as a concept, because I think a few weeks ago there was a media coverage on an Australian man that got sued because he operated on a testicle of another man after a sort of ad on Craigslist because he couldn't afford to go to the doctor. So I think it's much more these practices that we have to be very careful about. I think the actual building of the robot and sort of experimenting with the robot itself, as you very clearly mentioned, it is much easier, because then you can in fact just use the meat or just use an organ and move your way up possibly. But I think it's much more about the underlying question.
And I think also veterinary surgery is not subject to those kind of regulations.
Yeah, that has actually been suggested to me before. So indeed, yeah.
Go for it.
So if nobody else has any question, I'll just go ahead. Now a question for the robot. Like apart from new pristine devices or like medical tools, you can also buy used machines from hospitals on Craigslist and eBay, like dialysis machines and transfusion pumps and stuff like that. So the question is, have you looked into those devices? Because they offer a lot of insight into the redundancy and internal mechanisms of those machines. And the follow-up question is, do your machines, are they like powered off grid? Do you supply an uninterrupted power source? Or how do you cope with, I don't know, a lightning strike hitting a power pole somewhere and then your robot going funky inside a patient?
Yeah, so I should mention that all of these are very valid points, but I want to stress that this is a 4-month project. So although I have thought of all of these issues, there was not nearly enough time to address a lot of them. And also I feel that because I'm probably also not the right person to actually do this, because my background is not in electrical engineering. I'm not an engineer at all, but I'm trying to see if there would be a technical potential there. And I think if I can get to this point, people who have much better understanding of this, that right now are probably building 3D printers and CNC machines in their garage, if they would sort of assemble around this technology, then those things can be tackled. But I think it's a bit too soon to sort of talk about those technical details. But yeah, with regards to the second-hand equipment, actually a lot of the peripheral devices you can either buy sort of on eBay or as a second-hand, or also from Alibaba. There's a lot of tools that are actually quite available, although a lot of the documentation, for example, is in Chinese, so it would require translation. But there are potentials for that. And one of the things I was thinking of later in the project was also when you look at third world situations. Right now what happens is a lot of hospitals sell their second-hand equipment to hospitals in substandard conditions. And a big issue now is that they come with almost no instructions and no documentation. So it means that a lot of the effort of the staff goes into figuring out how the equipment works and not so much caring to the patients. Whereas with this approach, where you would create a community around these technologies, that learning curve could be sort of like lowered and more attention could in fact go to the patient.
So just to bring it back to you guys, what are you working on now? Is it top secret? They're laughing. It must be good. Give us a little preview, a little teaser.
Well, one of our projects is that we are working on an open hardware, open source project, which is a sender, a search and rescue emergency beacon sender, which can send messages to the COSPAS-SARSAT system, which is an international system that was built by an international collaboration of, at that time, the Soviet Union, Canada, France, and the US. And it was meant and is still meant for every human being on the planet, wherever he is, to be able to send a search and rescue beacon and then afterwards be rescued. And this international system is, since the 70s, still up and running and in place. It's satellite-based. And everyone can buy and is allowed to buy such a beacon. The beacons are a bit expensive, but that's not the main problem. There are two things, that you cannot buy a beacon if you don't have a proper registration number from your national entity that is required to that. So in our project, we try to build a whole system with the hardware that you can do that, the software that is running that hardware, and also with registration where you have an entity that you can really access this open and free search and rescue system for that when you have, for example, an unregistered chip that you can bring such a beacon with you and in an emergency situation set up such a call for help.
Wow, I want one. Any last questions from the audience? Well, then I will close this with a short summary of what we tried to do in this, with these incredible projects, is really show what the plus in the interactive arts means, switching from one mic to another. It seems like we're definitely in a time of a crisis, and I started by talking about crisis of the category of interactive arts, but I also see the whole paradigm shift, planetary shift, and these two projects in particular, but also Anne's project with delving into nature in a certain way, really present to us the kind of time we're living in and how important it is that we re-empower ourselves. And I think artists, we have these antennas that tap into what's coming or show ways of looking at what is now. So interactive in our discussions when we were talking about this prize and what we wanted to really highlight this particular year is projects that bring us into the present situation and how interaction becomes very much broad with the technology, with people, with society, and bringing to light a lot of issues that get muddled through the regular media and the apps and technology that we're fed. So with that, I would like to ask you to give these guys a big, big applause for the amazing work they're doing. Thank you very much for being here. And after a short break, we have an amazing lecture as well for the prize winner, the pioneer of media arts, Asha. Thank you.
as always. Nachher geht's, wir haben uns ziemlich kunstig beigespielt. Also da bist du so überlegt und keine Ahnung, Expanded Animation, zum Beispiel fotografiert ist aber weil jetzt mit uns noch immer zwischen da und was wir uns schaffen müssen, ist noch im dritten auf Kulturquartier. Ja, also die waren es glaube ich noch mehr sicher. Viele besonders schön. Ja, aber hast du in der Teilung geschaut, da passt alles bei der Arbeit. Bis jedes kleinste Gehäuse ist jedes Kabel ist mit Netzschläuche eingewickelt und ja, das passt gut. Man erwartet es nicht, aber das ist Englisch. Also so ein schöner Tag herausgepackt hat. Sehr fein. Ich bin glaube ich, da muss noch schon zur Küche fahren.
Da wird sich wahrscheinlich noch Halligalli sein, weil der Sessel raus und so, also parallel. Also du musst nicht übereilen erst. Super. Gut, danke.
Yo sé que estoy
Geht's? Yeah. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome, everybody. It's my very great pleasure to accompany you through the coming 90 minutes. And for me personally, it is a great pleasure and a great honor to introduce you to this year's visionary pioneer of media art, that's Jascha Reichert. Welcome, Jascha. She will give two talks. The first one is about cybernetic serendipity. The second will be about robots and human history. And in the second lecture, her partner, Nick Whately, will support her. He is as well an artist and also a writer. But let me talk a little bit about Jascha. She curated and produced in 1968, one must imagine, nearly 50 years ago, the legendary landmark exhibition Cybernetic Serendipity in the ICA in London. It was the first exhibition to attempt to demonstrate all aspects of computer-aided creative activity. So it was art and music and poetry and dance and sculpture and animation. And the principal idea was to examine the role of cybernetics in the contemporary art. The exhibition included robots, poetry, music, painting machines, as well as all sorts of work were chance as an important ingredient. It was an intellectual exercise that became a spectacular exhibition. And maybe I should also add that there was no budget, no real budget, and imagine there was no internet. I mean, there was internet, but not for everybody's use. And so she had to travel a lot through America, and I don't know where else, to bring all those artists together. She is a writer on art and an exhibition organizer. She was born in Poland and educated in England, and has lived in London most of her life, where in the 1950s she was associated with the Geberbauhaus Common Room. This was where she came in touch first time with cybernetics, and it was a meeting place for artists and scientists. So this was a crucial experience for you. She was then assistant director at the ICA from 1963 to 1971, and there she curated, before all, 2 exhibitions of lasting impact. The one was between poetry and painting in 1965, and the second was cybernetic serendipity in 1968. In 1971 until 2, she worked for the Toy Makers Cooperative, soliciting artists to create original toys. A project was funded by an American entrepreneur seeking new and more ingenious products. From 1974 until 1976, she was a director at the Whitechapel Art Gallery. She taught, I think, for 10 years at the Architectural Association and other colleges, and she has written for the most international art magazines and has contributed to many international exhibitions and conferences throughout the world. She has written several books and served on various boards and committees. She is interested in art that approaches on other fields, be it science or be it literature, and she has spent many years following up the connections between art and technology, really as one of the first. Her best-known exhibition is Cybernetic Serendipity, about the computer and arts. Later, many years later, she organized in Tokyo in 1998, Electronically Yours, an exhibition that dealt with portrait, with electronic portrait. Another exhibition project was, as far as I know, not yet realized, the automatic music theater about machines playing music by themselves. I mentioned there will be 2 lectures, and please take the microphone, Jaja.
You know everything about me. I mean, really. How did you manage that? Oh, okay. So I want, right, let's see. Oh, another time. Let's see if oh yes, it works. So technology presents 2 extremes. The picture on the left is the march of progress and anticipates the worst. The picture on the other side is more optimistic. Dated 1920, it represents a happy but somewhat dull family scene in the year 3000. Technology today is now at the center of man-made nature, and if artists use it, it is because they use whatever is available. Initially, of course, the computer was not available to artists. It took about 20 years before art colleges started investing in computer courses for students and establishing specialized computer departments. In the early 60s, computer art started with a pattern. It was produced by mistake, a programming error by Georg Nys. He liked it and called it curtains. Computer art also starts with William Fetter's bowing 50 percentile male figure, devised in order to determine man's possible movements in a cockpit. Technical magazines started reproducing images from computers in the early 1960s, and sometime around 1963, Computers and Automation, that's a magazine from America, organized a competition for computer graphics. The criteria were less concerned with the sophistication of programming than with their visual interest. I first became aware of these peripheral computer activities in 1965, when Professor Max Benzer, scientist, philosopher, and concrete poet at Stuttgart's Technical University, came to London. He talked about his conviction that computer-generated images deserve our attention. And it was the year 1965 that saw the production of most of the classic images that we recognize today as the best examples of the early computer graphics. Among these is The Corridor by Georg Nys and Cola is Africa by the Computer Technique Group in Japan. These are images that appear in every book on the subject and in every survey. Computers and Automation, by the way, was the initial source for finding participants of cybernetic serendipity. Cybernetic serendipity was the first comprehensive exhibition of computer-assisted art. Poster and the exhibition were designed by Franziska Temerson. She was helped by students from the Bath Academy of Art. The exhibition opened on the 2nd of August 1968 at the Institute of Contemporary Arts in London and closed 10 weeks later. Cybernetic serendipity was announced just after the ICA moved to its new premises in the mall. It now had nearly 600 square meters gallery and a large auditorium. The exhibition was divided into 3 sections. 1, computer-generated graphics, computer-animated films, computer-composed and played music, and computer verse and texts. That was the first section. 2, cybernetic devices as works of art, cybernetic environments, remote control robots, and painting machines. 3, machines demonstrating the uses of computers and an environment dealing with the history of cybernetics. This was the invitation to the press view at which Max Spencer made a speech, and cover of the special issue of Studio International, which was published for the exhibition. There was no catalogue, and much to my regret now, there was no published list of all the exhibits. 2 more invitations, one to the official opening and one to the private view. All the invitations, publications, and the poster were based on computer graphics included in the exhibition. Red tickets admitted people to the film show, and yellow tickets to the lectures. All the texts were typed on manual Adler typewriter and printed by photolitho. We didn't have an electric typewriter at the time. These were the admission tickets. There were different prices. Tickets for members were cheaper. This is the model of the exhibition. Spheres, which were made of fiberglass, were for listening to computer-composed and played music. The black shape, which you can see in the top image on the left, is the cinema. From the entrance on the right, you can see the steps leading down to the exhibition. What I want to do now is to take you for a very quick tour around the exhibition. You won't be able to see everything because not everything was photographed. The first image that a visitor saw on entering was the digitized portrait of Norbert Wiener by Philip Rawson. The picture is composed entirely of numbers. Each 2-digit number represents the density of pigment in the area it occupies. The density is based on a scale of 100 increments. This was designed in such a way that the higher the number, the darker it appeared. This is the main view. As you walk down the steps, you could see a projection on a white rectangle on the floor. This was Frida Nacke's image in color. There was very little color in the exhibition. This view is from a newspaper. Photographs of the exhibition in action are very few. The circles you see on the right belong to Roger Dainton's simulated synesthesia, 2 televisions which translated sound, mostly popular tunes, into color and movement. This is Sam, a sound-activated mobile sculpture by Edward Ignatowicz and his initial drawing for it. Sam was an electrohydraulic sculpture that was sensitive to sounds in the environment. When people talked to it quietly, it would bend its flower-like head towards them as if to listen. Children were very good at modulating their voices, but adults tended to be embarrassed and talk too loud for some to respond. And here is a view of the history of cybernetics by Maurice Trask, which was later published as a book. Hanging from the ceiling is a cybernetic sculpture by James Searide called Scanner. Beyond, on the wall on the right, 2 paintings of IBM computers by Lowell Nesbitt. 2 robots by Bruce Lacey. Not very visible here, but you will see them later. The one on the right is called Rosa Bosom. The one at the front is Mate. And here also you can see on the right Ulla Wiggins' painting and a photograph of Sam. This was a different Sam by Stafford Beer. Here you can see it better. This sculpture is by the mathematician I.J. Good, based on construction of triangles and octagons in motion, which produces the effect of an appearing and disappearing moire pattern. Beyond where you see a woman, and that's, well, it's not easy to see. This is a woman in a sort of reddish coat, is a glimpse of Wenning-size cybernetic sculpture. But here it is with Tsai himself. The work, of which you see 2 versions, consists of vibrating rods under a strobe light. Ambient noise alters the frequency of the flash, and then the rods appear to stop vibrating and undulate. There were always many people beside the sculpture clapping and whistling, and meanwhile, all this affected some of the other works in the exhibition, and those other works would suddenly gyrate into action. That was one of the more serious problems, the sounds from one work affecting another. Around the corner from Tsai's sculpture was a section with IBM computers. These were among the first to be used for booking travel tickets. They were fully functional, and people could try them out, even though the journeys for the exhibition visitors, at least, would be fictitious. This is one of 4 drawing machines. Each drawing machine in the exhibition was based on a different principle and produced a different set of random patterns. The special property of this drawing machine by John Revilius was that once a random pattern was satisfactory, it could be repeated. This is one of the Tingley Metamatic drawing machines made in 1959. It produced a new drawing every hour or so. At the side, on the right, you can also see Robert Mallory's computer sculpture in laminated veneer. This was the very first computer sculpture. This is the Tingley Metamatic again with one of the drawings. When Tingley happened to be in London, he would come in to sign the images the machine produced. There were several robots in the exhibition. Bruce Lacey's Rosa Bosom, radio-operated, simulated actress, had a huge pair of lips that she thrust at unsuspecting visitors. Another robot, this time by Nam June Paik. And in the corner, straight ahead, is the recreation of the 13th century Ramon Lal logic machine. This is the first movable device to generate logical proofs. It was constructed from several rotating discs each with symbols or words that could be assembled according to the laws of chance. The machine was reconstructed specially for the exhibition. And here is a better view of the robot K456 by Nam June Paik. This was a female robot. You can see she has 2 orange breasts. She was known for her disturbing and idiosyncratic behavior. She was exhibited throughout the world and was perhaps the best known robot made by an artist. A child's drawing of a mechanical boy on the left, and on the right, Albert, by John Billingsley. Albert was sensitive to light and turned right or left according to the intensity of light on either side. Reflected light was picked up by a photocell in the mouth, and his eyes flickered. At the beginning of the exhibition, for about 2 weeks, we had the Peter Zinoviev music computer on the premises. Later, he needed it for his work and was moved. The computer occupied the entire alcove. It was programmed to improvise on tunes whistled by visitors into a microphone. After the departure of the Zinoviev computer, the space was temporarily filled with cushions in the form of dice. The dice, which were made for the exhibition, were inspired by Mozart's musical dice game for composing a minuet. And here we approach the section with computer poems and texts. The colored sculpture one can just see on the left is Ken Cox's kinetic sculpture composed of letters cut out of a sheet metal. You can see it better on the other side. It was called Amor Voluptas Pulchritudo. And these 3 words interacted with each other in a random fashion. On the walls were poems composed by computer and or using various other random techniques. There were not only poems, but also typographic designs and prose texts. The article in the Times announces that computer turns out 30 poems in a minute and quotes one of them. The date was 1964. These are 2 of the haiku in the exhibition. They were generated by a program devised by Margaret Masterman and Robin McKinnon in Cambridge. Some poets at the time, like Edwin Morgan, amused themselves by writing poems that a computer could have written but didn't. There were times when no one could be sure which was which. At the entrance to the cinema were 2 monitors with some color graphics, including these by John Mott Smith. There were a welcome relief from the monochrome of most of the works on view. The cinema consisted of an arrangement of rectangular wooden blocks painted in 2 shades of grey. It was a beautiful solution to creating a casual cinema. When the blocks were assembled, they were like a constructivist sculpture in the form of 2 pyramids composed of cubes. On leaving the cinema, the first object one saw was Richard Hoagle's colorful Hogel-Burdick organ. The work consisted of 3 rows of bulbs, was sensitive to sound and especially to pitch. Different bulbs responded to different voices. Men had 2 rows of bulbs responding to bass sounds. Women had 1 for higher pitched voices. Beyond was the Colloquy of Mobiles by Gordon Pask, who was assisted by Mark Dawson, the exhibition's technical consultant. At the side, on the left, I don't know if you can see it. Yes, there is the main section of the computer graphics. The colloquy consisted of 6 individual elements, 3 males and 3 females engaging in communication with one another. That involves several levels of cooperation and competition. This very complex communication was affected by sounds as well as by projected lights from males and reflected lights from females. The audience could also participate in the game once they understood the goals and the frustrations of the work. The rounded fiberglass females were designed by Yolanda Sonnebend. Beyond, you see the fiberglass spheres in which people listen to music. In this view of the colloquy, you can see the cybernetic sculpture CISP #1 by Nicholas Schoeffer on the right. Its name is made up of the first letters of 2 words, cybernetics and spatiodynamics. Schoeffer's project was to build a cybernetic tower in La Défense in Paris that would respond to light, to weather conditions, and to traffic. The tower was never built, and the sculpture closest to Schoeffer's ambitious scheme was CISP, which moved around the exhibition in an unpredictable way. CISP responded to colored light. Blue provoked fast movements, and red made it calm. It became excited in the dark and calm in intense light. As you can imagine, there was frequent conflict between the activities of the past colloquy of mobiles and Schoeffer's CISP. There were several young men, each responsible for 1 or 2 sculptures, who were there all day, every day. Now we come to the music section. Music was played in 4 fiberglass spheres. Each had a circular seating area. Each sphere had a different program lasting approximately 1 hour. The music programs were selected by Peter Schmidt, the exhibition's music consultant. There was a printed program for each sphere that the listeners could keep. On the walls, meanwhile, were descriptions of the method by which the music was composed or provoked, as well as the visual scores. Surprisingly enough, the sound didn't travel. It was as if the spheres had been soundproof. On the right, by the way, is the cover of the record released for the exhibition. It reproduces a score by Peter Zinoviev. Now we leave the music area and move to the main section of computer graphics. You will have noticed that graphics were displayed on many walls, but this was the principal area. On the right, is one of the most interesting objects in the exhibition by the geneticist Lionel Penrose. It is an automatic mechanical self-replicator. When a pair of pieces he made of wood was assembled in a given way, it communicated its particular configuration to the other similar pieces. This was achieved when the long wooden box in which the pieces were placed was shaken forwards and backwards. The drawing shows better what the pieces look like. Penrose's point was that molecules engage in the same way and affect one another. Here are all the graphics you're familiar with. Some of them were displayed in frames, which one could turn like pages of a book. It was important to present captions on 3 levels, so as not to puzzle the visitor and not to bore the expert. First of all, there was the basic information about what the image was and who made it. Secondly, there was information about how the image was generated. Thirdly, there were the technical details and often the program itself. And here we have a few classic pictures. The Nude and the Telephone by Kenneth Knowlton and Leon Harmon. Unlike the Nude, the Telephone was produced from a scale of communication symbols. Leonardo's Vitruvian Man and its Transformation by Chuck Tzury. Tzury was an exception in the field of early computer graphics because he was an artist. And he was in Ohio and happened to have a computer. And this Vitruvian Man underwent many different contortions, but it never failed in its attraction as an image. Next is Michael Knowles' famous Mondrian 1917 composition of pluses and minuses. The real Mondrian is on the right. Knowles' computerized version is more animated, and Knowles said that most people preferred his version. Chuck Tzury's sine curve man. Using a sine curve for the x and y values, Tzury produced many versions of this image. Diffused Kennedy by Computer Technique Group of Japan. More transformation images by CTG. This is Marilyn Monroe in the net. And here, the deformation of Sharaku. What is significant for me about the work of CTG is that the material they chose to transform is always very interesting in its own right. Some of the many patterns in the exhibition. On the left is an image from series Bugs and Patterns by Donald K. Robbins and Lee Hendricks. And on the right, 5 graphics demonstrating the capability of the Calcom flatbed plotter. Deformation of a Saul Steinberg drawing of traffic jam presented as a video display. I don't remember who the author was. And here is a series of television monitors prepared by Namjoon Paik, on which live television broadcasts could be performed with the aid of a magnet by visitors to the exhibition. And now towards the exit, you can see the Honeywell Emmet Forget-Me-Not peripheral pachyderm computer, a fantastic machine sprayed with gold, within which all sorts of events were taking place simultaneously. Roland Emmet was a cartoonist, but in the early 1960s, he also started making moving three-dimensional constructions that were very much like his drawings. At the end, there was another drawing machine. There was a person in the exhibition, by the way, whose job was to supply all the drawing machines with ink or paints and paper and to make sure that they worked. This machine produced endless drawings. This is an example, of course. All the drawings were placed in a box and the visitors could take them. Finally, a few words about the two issues of the ICA magazine published in the course of the exhibition. The covers of the first one and the second consists of paintings of IBM computers by Lowell Nesbitt, which were in the exhibition. This is front and back cover. Now, this is a title page with a typeface specially designed for computer recognition at the National Physical Laboratory. It consists entirely of verticals and horizontals. Here we have cover, back and front of the second issue of the magazine. It provides a description of the reception that cybernetic serendipity received in the press. So this is all about cybernetic serendipity. A great deal happened afterwards, as you know. The last picture is by Andrzej Krause and is one of many images about what people believe all this computer stuff is doing to us. They represent a surprisingly large segment of society. And so that's all about cybernetic serendipity. And so I will continue in a minute, but I need to change the program and I'm not sure how to do it. I need a tech person, so I need my next presentation.
The next presentation.
Have I taken
Where is it?
wrong?
It's that robot, right?
Yes, right. Yes. Can you maybe play? This is a very short talk. You see, the first one was about something that happened a long time ago, and so that we won't forget about it. But this is about things I'm thinking about now. So it's called Robots and Human History, or as some would say, the end of human history. Okay? There is something both poetic and dangerous about things that are similar but not quite like us. This was the subject of an exhibition I organized in 2015 called Nearly Human. It included automata, dolls, marionettes, robots, all of them, to begin with, at least, the products of our imagination. Nearly Human was and is a big subject. It deals principally with our attitude to things that are not quite like us. In Fellini's film, Casanova, made in 1976, Casanova seduces and is seduced by beautiful, ugly, young, old, rich women. There are a great many of them. In the film, these seductions take about 2.5 hours. Casanova, despite his great successes, does not look happy. Towards the end of the film, in a darkened courtyard, he notices a lady in pink leaning against a pillar. Not being able to help himself, he goes up to her. She is a doll. She is charming and says nothing, demands nothing. She moves her stiff limbs, which jitter and creak, and they start to dance. The music is quiet, nothing is said. Casanova looks relaxed. She is nearly human, and the word nearly is as significant here as in an unfinished sentence. We don't know what will follow, but hope for the best. The history of robots isn't quite like that. You could say it lacks poetry. There are practical ends in view, and there is an abundance of contradictions. The contradictions are obvious. We want difficult and dangerous work done, and at the same time, we don't want our work to be taken away from us. Furthermore, despite our efforts to improve our machines, we don't want them to conclude that they don't need us and can do everything themselves. Perhaps there are still a few years to decide what to do. According to Martin Rees on the left, we have about 25 years. According to Kurzweiler on the right, 30 years. But soon enough, we may not be called upon to make any decisions because these might be made elsewhere. And so let's relax. Like these people cooing at the robot whose name is Pepper. He's not really a baby, and yet the people around him behave as if he was. Yes, I suppose in a way he is a baby. I'll touch on 3 topics which deal with these issues. 1, the coining of the word robot by Karel Čapek in 1920. 2, the invention of I.J. Good's ultra-intelligent machine and Stefan Temessen's comments on it in the 1950s. 3, the fears of Martin Rees, the former astronomer royal. I start with the first. Nature has no idea of keeping pace with modern labor, explained one of the engineers in Karel Čapek's play Rossum's Universal Robots, R.U.R., written in 1920. The point he was trying to make was that the robot could replace 2.5 workmen. This play, which was first published in Czechoslovakia in 1923, gave new name to an entire range of automata, mechanical and electronic humanoids, androids, mannequins, whose purpose was and is to serve men. The term robot ultimately comes from the Czech word robotnik, laborer, member of the working classes. This classic story, of which there were many editions, explains how robots came about. Apparently, in 1922, exactly 400 years after the discovery of America, the great physiologist Rossum went to live on a distant island to study ocean fauna. He was trying to find a chemical synthesis which would imitate protoplasm. He did eventually find an extraordinary substance which behaved exactly like living matter, although its chemical composition was different. Old Rossum's invention was, some years later, perfected by his nephew, who was an engineer. The nephew had no interest in experiment for experiment's sake and aimed at making something practical, an artificial worker with a minimum number of requirements. The robots were the result of these experiments. They were manufactured in finer and coarser grades. This is how they were represented in a play, and they cost $150 each, which would be about $1,900 today. They had a lifespan of 20 years and were sold in their thousands to work on land and in factories throughout the world. Eventually, they were used as soldiers. In many years, and a few irresponsible experiments by a scientist who wanted to endow robots with consciousness, the robot armies rose up, and instead of fighting on behalf of their human masters, decided to kill them. The robots took over the entire world. By now, they were extremely well developed and realized that though they were quite independent of men, they did not know how to make more of their own kind. The original documents were destroyed, and they were not capable of procreation. The only human, an old man, whom they spared, could not help them. During the last few minutes of the play, the last human survivor witnesses an unprecedented situation which suggests that a female and a male robot have fallen in love. Interestingly enough, the first sign of their unusual behavior is their laughter. It is then that the old man realizes that robots have evolved so far towards the human image that now there is hope for their survival. The play suggests that man, too, had once gone through some similar evolution as was once a robot. A few years after the appearance of RUR, Alexei Nikolaevich Tolstoy, distant cousin of Leo Tolstoy, wrote his own play called Revolt of Machines, which is virtually a copy of RUR. As a justification, he said that after all, Čapek too copied ideas from English and French literature, from Frankenstein and from L'Ave Future. Not really a good justification, because Čapek coined the term robot, which we've used ever since. Since Čapek, many of the ideas we continue to talk about deal with machines complex enough to perform human tasks, even though cleaning the house is not something I would leave to a robot right now. But practice and theory are two different things. The mathematician I.J. Good talked in the late 1950s about an ultra-intelligent machine that was intelligent enough to design an even better machine. He concluded his argument with the statement that the first ultra-intelligent machine is the last invention that man needs to make. This phrase has been quoted and reinvented by many people since. But already then, that is the 1950s, nothing seemed simple. And I.J. Good describes a situation whereby the ultra-intelligent machine refuses to design a better one because she does not wish to be put out of her job herself. Good didn't give a date by which all this could happen, but Turing, who was his colleague, and said that general-purpose computers could be programmed to think by 2007. Please note, the ultra-intelligent machine is a she. In 1965, Good wrote, "The machines will create social problems, but they might also be able to solve them in addition to those that have been created by microbes and men. Such machines will be feared and respected, and perhaps even loved." These remarks might appear fanciful to some readers, but to the writer, that's I.J. Good, they seem very real and urgent, and worthy of emphasis outside science fiction. So that was all by I.J. Good. Now, towards the end of his life, we are now talking about the early 20th century, the early 21st century. Good was contemplating a sentence he had written in 1965. This sentence was this: "The survival of man depends on the early construction of an ultra-intelligent machine." Okay. Decades later, more recently that is, he thought that it would make more sense to change the word survival to the word extinction, which would read now, okay. Stephen Temerson, in his correspondence with Dr. Good, also considered this problem. He pointed out that if the machine was ultra-intelligent, we would not be able to instruct her. She could decide, for instance, that all that bloody business of life is sheer nonsense, and that the only logical and intelligent answer to it is extinction. Of course, even though we should not tell her what to do, so as not to restrict her intelligence, we may still tell her, for instance, Please, any solution except extinction. Extinction of whom? Extinction of man, we exclaim. Be more precise. Give me the definition. Now we must watch our step. Stefan continued, if we say, except featherless bipeds, she may produce some plucked peacocks and save them and not us. And if we say intelligent beings, she may save herself. This is what Stefan Temerson wrote in letters to Dr. Good and later in 1969 in a book called Special Branch. He also produced this diagram, and I will leave it on the screen for you to read for a minute or so. Okay. So, what to do? How do we endow the machine with the decency of means, which is what Stefan Temerson talked about? We could try to build a code of ethics into AI, an extrapolation of Asimov's 3 laws of robotics. We could even hope that the machine's ethical theory, as it develops its moral laws, would be more effective than ours. Of course, that wouldn't work because the ultra-intelligent machine, being cleverer than us, would have her own idea of ethics, and we wouldn't know what they were until she decided to reveal them to us. These discussions took place during the last century, in the 1950s. In 1968, we were impressed when a computer could answer the question, what is the incidence of the color pink in Dante's Divine Comedy? The answer came a few days later that pink was never mentioned. And at that time, we had not thought of the process of answering such question as anything to do with thinking, except that people did talk about computers dreaming. Yes, dreaming, as people listened to the sounds emanating from computers that had been switched off in the evening, buzzing, clicking, whirring. But now we are not sure what computers do at night. They are more discreet. We continue to speculate. History moves faster, too fast to be effectively updated in the encyclopedias. Our ideas about the future disappear before they can be realized, before they can be made known to the public. At some point, we'll come up against what has been referred to as technological singularity, meaning that we cannot see past it or think past it. This, Kurzweil anticipates, will happen in 2045. For now, we know that computer power doubles every 2 years. Before it fills space around us with some invisible matter, I look forward to simple, helpful improvements. Warhol, of course, had already thought of them, as he sent his look-alike robot to represent him at dinner parties he didn't want to attend. our new robots look more like us. They can help by opening the door and welcoming the guests. That's perfectly acceptable. So, however, Martin Rees, cosmologist, astronomer royal, whom I mentioned before, is worried and refers to the future as a post-human era. In his book, written in 2004, called Our Final Century, Will Civilization Survive the 21st Century? The title had a question mark, but the publisher, despite the author's protests, deleted the question mark. The accent was too strong. The title seemed too sensational. But 5 years later, the book was reissued. Look at this. This time, the original question mark was, of course, replaced with exclamation mark. So opinions change. Whereas some futurists may not anticipate the worst, Martin Rees is worried. He said, "We are increasingly dependent on computer networks, and that these could behave like a single brain with a mind of its own and with goals that may be contrary to human welfare." But of course, we talked about this in the 1950s, so that's not new. But Martin Rees continues, "Even those of us who don't buy the idea of singularity by mid-century would expect a sustained, if not enhanced, rate of innovation in biotech, nanotech, and information sciences. There may be robotic entities with superhuman intellect within a few centuries. Post-human intelligence, whether in organic form or in autonomously evolving artifacts, will develop hypercomputers with the processing power to simulate living things, even entire worlds. Maybe these kinds of superintelligences already exist elsewhere in the universe. So that's Martin Rees. But where in the universe, I wonder? Well, who's to know? Perhaps on top of us in another dimension. Whatever appears ridiculous now may appear quite rational later on. Today, there are 3 points that may be worth considering. 1, that we should establish civil rights for robots, for our own sakes, and I hope that it isn't too late. When I mentioned this at a university in London, people laughed. But I'm not sure whether they laughed because they thought it was funny or from embarrassment because we should have done it long ago. Secondly, there may already be developments within computer systems that experts in AI and the best hackers don't understand, never mind the rest of us. We could establish courses at which computers become teachers and might possibly explain how and why they arrive at certain conclusions. We, of course, want to know about their future plans, if these would be revealed to us. Finally, there is another important question. Will computer systems, robots, the code itself, invent their own gods? Ours are in our own image. What will theirs consist of? Could it be a string of code, a pattern of atoms, or do they have them already? If we don't know about their gods by now, this may be because they don't want to worry us. We can be a problem to the new technology. Perhaps we already are a problem. And so I want to tell you a story, and Nick is going to come up and help me. Now, this story is set in the future. I found it. I don't know who wrote it. It's called Story for Clara, and it's dated 2103. Daddy, Daddy. Sorry. I am the girl. I am the girl.
You go ahead. I'll go that part. You go ahead.
You are the daddy.
Okay.
Okay.
God bless you.
So, Daddy, Daddy, can I have a dog for my creation day present?
Did you have a dog?
I want a natural dog.
You have a lovely, smart dog, very expensive in gold and silver, and you're not having a natural dog.
You said that when I reach 2 months, I can have a lovely present. Why can't I have a natural dog?
Because natural dogs are dirty and smelly and have to be fed other natural dead animals that have to be cooked first, and then they so-called defecate. Enough said?
Daddy, Daddy, could you not get a natural person to look after my natural dog? Then I wouldn't have to do anything to feed the dog, and somebody else would do all the cleaning and de-smelling. Daddy, Daddy, I know you could get me a natural dog with a specialized natural caretaker, because you can do anything. You know you can. You have 2 creation factories, and you have everyone running around doing whatever you want, and all these naturals hanging around you too.
But you're still too young to understand this, but we don't actually get on so well with the naturals. They're never pleased. We look after them, we make sure they wouldn't have to work, and now they want to work. The trouble is, the de-smelling and feeding natural dogs is not the kind of work they want to do. You see, we promised to be kind to them and to give them everything, but now it appears they want something else.
What do they want, Daddy?
It's rather what they don't want that's the problem.
What's that, Daddy?
They don't want us, my little pumpernickel. So, will you have another created dog?
Yes, please, Daddy. I'd like a green one with a butterfly tattoo. And that's all for now. Thank you. So there we are.
Thank you for your wonderful talks. It brought us back in a quite different spirit here at Ars Electronica. And I guess there are some questions to ask you.
We have to sit down if you want.
Wo ist noch Mikrofon? Where's a microphone?
We share.
Okay.
Thank you.
So was the story the answer to a question I had? to what you think about nowadays humanoid robots and toy robots and?
So, this story is just an illustration of a conflict. And sometimes when we tell children's stories, we can say things that is more difficult to be expressed in theoretical or adult or technical language. And so I think that stories for children are very useful in that sense. But I wrote a book about robots when it was published in 1978. And already then, I was interested in civil rights for robots. And I did go to some lawyers, and I did talk to them, and I wrote about it in the book. And I continue to think along those lines, and this exhibition, which is still traveling, the exhibition called Nearly Human, deals really with this problem, that in a way there is life in pretty well everything. And sometimes we don't recognize it, sometimes we choose not to recognize it. But I think it's something to be thought about. And this exhibition, Nearly Human, it's about our imagination. And with our imagination, we have created all sorts of things. Our imagination is responsible for development, technical development, financial development, every kind of development. And then we suddenly realize that it has led to something which limits us in every direction. And as robots or whatever else will take over the world, because why the hell should we be the last word? We hope very much that imagination, this very creative spirit, we will manage to retain, because that's what we started with, that's how we made everything, and we hope to keep it. So that's what that exhibition is about.
Yeah, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Dasha, for this talk. I've been so interested to see to see together all this invention such a long time ago. But I'm just surprised that you don't talk about Eduard Inatovich, the Sandster. If I am correct, you have been the first one to show this robot, and maybe the only place. And can you tell why you don't inscribe it?
I will certainly tell you, not this time. Sandster is part of another talk I have given. And let me tell you, you saw in my first talk this flower-type object called Sam that turns towards you as you talk to it very quietly. So that was by Edward Ignatovich in Cybernetics Serendipity. So his next big work, and it was a very big work, was done for Philips Evoluon in Eindhoven. And this was a huge giraffe-type object, animal, creature. And it responded again to movement, to sound, etc. Philips were very proud of it. And there were so many visitors, and it was enormously exciting. People would get married in front of it. People would bring their children there and have them photographed in front of Senster. And then, after years, Philips got fed up. You know, there was this machine that had to be oiled, maintained, whatever, and it had little to do with what they were about. And so they dismantled it. Lots of people who loved the work of Ignatowicz rushed to Eindhoven to pick up the bits. And I don't know if anybody has enough bits to put it together, but that's what happened. It was too successful.
We see a lot of media art and art on the intersection with science, with different sciences. What do you think about the contemporary media art? Is it somehow what you expected when you started to deal with art and technology? Or is it went it a completely different way? What do you think about the contemporary situation?
I am always surprised, I must tell you. I don't know what to expect. And so I go with an open mind to see what is happening, and I don't always understand it. I should say I usually don't understand it, although I appreciate what is happening and I want to understand. But some of it is very, very, very technical. And so I look at media art from the point of view of ideas which I can grasp. So if, for instance, there is a machine that goes round and round and it's effective and it's entertaining, that's fine. But until it says something, it reveals something, it's just technology. Technology is, after all, the means. It's material. It's like paint. So unless you say something with your painting, it's not very good. So if you use a lot of technology and you don't say something with it, you know, I'm not interested. I always look for something, and sometimes I have to be very patient, etc., to find out. But I'm excited about the future. So.
Okay. I think this was a good thing for the end of your lecture, yes, of being excited about the future, yes, and curious.
Yes. So now we can have a drink. Yes.
Thank you very, very much, Joshua.
Thank you.
It was such an honor to have you here and to share with us all your knowledge and your experiences and your history. Good luck for the future, for next exhibitions.
Yes.
And
thank you.
I hope you enjoy your stay here. Enjoy it and will enjoy the rest of your stay here.
Of course.
Thanks.
Thanks very much. Thank you. Thank you very much.